Okay, testing. Can anybody hear me? Let me just double check to see if anybody can hear me. Okay, I think we're live. Hi. Hey, everybody. How's it going? It's been a while since we've done a live stream, hasn't it? So, I've decided to do this very special video discussing about Avatar, The Last Airbender. It celebrated its 15th anniversary today. I'm going to talk about the show as well as have a few special guests over. So let me see if I can call them over to see if they're ready. Hold on just 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Okay, I think I'm ready. You guys ready?
Nero. Guys, you're alive. Poke.
I think they're not here.
Aww.
All right. Well, do you want to join me?
Sure. What's this? What's this live stream about?
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll bring you in. So okay, I think we're good to go. So
Are we live now?
Yeah, we're live now.
Oh, okay. I'm Saber King. I am one of the 10 experts on Avatar. I have my own card.
Okay, cool.
Yes, I'm a reviewer.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, I review tons of cartoon content and new cartoon content to determine whether or not it's good or it's not worth watching at all.
Gotcha. Yes. Well, welcome aboard to the show. And I'd like to know from you, where did you first learn about the show, Avatar?
Where I first learned about it, pretty much like any other kid in the early 2000s, I was on Nickelodeon just waiting for something interesting to catch my eye, and I saw an episode of this show called Avatar, and I was mesmerized by it because I didn't know what this was. There were people who could control the elements. There were all of these crazy adventures. There was just this lore to it. It just flew over my mind as a kid. But I don't think I watched it all the way through, but I did watch a couple of episodes. But then later on, I went back, checked out the whole series, and I regret not watching it when it was on the air 15 years ago, because, man, it's definitely a classic and just something I've never seen before, still to this day.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's actually funny because when this show came out, I must have been like, I must have been like 20 when the show came out. So I remember when I saw it, my cousins were watching stuff on Kids WB, and I thought that, with Aang looking like Omi from Shaolin Showdown, I thought it was a Shaolin Showdown ripoff.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a good comparison.
Yeah, I mean, like, think about it. I mean, you have this kid with a bald head inspired by monks who can do an element. I just thought that, I just thought it was like a ripoff, but no, it turned out to be something completely different when I saw the first episode. I mean, I got hooked with it immediately.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think it definitely had the power to hook you much more faster than any of the other Nickelodeon shows that were out at the time.
Yeah. I think so too. I think that for the most part, when you look back on the shows that did come out, let's think about this. Like, 2005. I mean, like, it came out in February of 2005, and we had shows such as, let's see, the 2000s, we had, like, As Told by Ginger, The Fairly Odd Parents, Invader Zim, Chalk Zone, My Life as a Teenage Robot, Danny Phantom, and a few sprinkles of other shows here and there that were acquired from Canada. But yeah, I think that for the most part, when this show came out, it was like incredibly unique. I mean, it was very anime influenced, which everybody was into at the time, because there were just a lot of anime that were being released on like Toonami and Adult Swim, and people were starting to get into it. So I think that when Avatar came out, I think that it really caught people by surprise.
I would say so. It's strange. It is strange. I definitely think it came out at the right time when we were kind of in that high, so to speak.
Sure.
Yeah, because I think the early 2000s, anything that looked anime, it caught people's eyes instantly. So, yeah, and in my personal opinion, Avatar was one of the only shows on Nickelodeon that kept me entertained, because I wasn't much of a Nickelodeon person until Avatar came around.
Oh, okay. That's actually really interesting. So were you leaning more towards like Disney or Cartoon Network?
Leaning mostly towards Cartoon Network. I actually grew up with Cartoon Network.
I see.
And I'm an old school Golden Age fan, but I would venture out to other networks like Disney Channel and Nickelodeon, but they just didn't have much for me to stick around.
Oh, okay. I get you.
Yeah. That's why I mainly stuck with Cartoon Network, because there was more shows and there was a lot more for me to explore than the other networks had.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. I think that, I think with Cartoon Network, from what I remember, I was in high school when shows such as Ed, Edd and Eddy and Codename Kids Next Door and let's see what else was there. Billy and Mandy. And then a lot of the shows that were originally airing on Kids WB were acquired into Cartoon Network, such as Teen Titans and Shaolin Showdown and various others. I think that, because I think that around that time, it was kind of like going in a different direction. And I think that cartoons of the 90s were, kind of like seen as something like a little passe, because anime was such a massive influence. They were like, yeah, we need to, cash in on that anime craze that the kids are into. So it's actually funny because Nickelodeon was attempting on doing that, Constant Pain. And that didn't really catch on, unfortunately, due to unfortunate circumstances. So I guess it's like, like roughly around the time at which Constant Bank got canceled, I guess that, the creators of the show were like, hey, we got this show and we think it's really interesting with the lore and the mythology and all that stuff. And Nickelodeon's like, yeah, let's do it. So yeah, it's actually a miracle that we even got it in the first place.
I would say so, yes, because Nickelodeon tends to be that type of network that really doesn't go for ambitious projects like this. They like to keep it very simple and straight to the point. So I'm thankful they said yes to it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, why don't you tell us about some of your favorite episodes?
Oh man, my favorite episode. Well, I still think the compilation of the Boss Scene Say arc is my favorite episode. Aang, Katara, Sokka, Toph, Zuko, and Iroh. I think that's still to this day my favorite of the series. Close second is because I started getting into cartoons that really dived deep into the characters, who they were, who they wanted to be, reflecting on what the future could be. And those two episodes are really great examples of how the characters immediately became everlasting because there was just something about those episodes in particular. I can't explain it, but they just made them feel so real and identifiable. And I just couldn't stop watching those episodes. The rest of the episodes that I've seen, they're all great. I just think the episodes that look into the characters, those are the best parts.
Oh yeah, I think so too. I think that, character driven episodes are very crucial in Avatar, especially since it does rely on its characters. Like, some episodes on Aang, whether it be like, learning about what happened in the 100 years that he was frozen in an iceberg, or, Katara and Sokka able to push up their abilities, or Zuko trying to find out what his destiny is, and so many others. I think that, episodes focusing on that are, really amazing episodes for sure. The fan favorite episode when it comes to that is The Storm.
Yes, absolutely. Because that episode did a great job handling a lot of different stories, and still to this day, I don't think there's a show that can tackle multiple protagonists and their stories as well as that. And I obviously, I think Iroh's story really stuck with a lot of.
Yeah, I do agree as well. And I think that the reason why is because, they're not like one-dimensional characters. They're not just like sticking to the status quo. It's like, they change and they evolve and they go through a lot of struggles and triumphs throughout each of the seasons.
Yes, and that's mostly what's important for TV programs, is making compelling characters go through something that turns them from just being who they are at the beginning to who we see them become at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And who are your favorite characters?
Off the bat, like bending wise, it's Toph and Iroh, because they just gelled so well with me. Maybe that was early adolescence. I liked how Toph was kind of the fun yet quirky one, who really, most of the time, I forgot she was even blind. That's how much of an impact I think she had on me. And Iroh, for I think reasons everybody has said to death at this point, is just how calm, wise, and layered he was. Like that type of character is usually the type of mentor figure that I look up to. And I definitely think that Iroh encapsulates everything that an older parent figure would have, especially since there are kids who have grandparents who can definitely relate to Iroh and what he's been through and how he's aged with all of this wisdom and everything. But definitely, when it comes to the non-benders, it's pretty much, for me, it's Suki and Sokka. I think they were the grounded part of this series that I could relate to, because if I was in this world, I most likely wouldn't be a bender. So I love that these two characters had to rely on getting by in this world by just using their own talents.
Yeah. I definitely do agree that Suki is definitely a great character. I mean, she's part of the Kyoshi warriors and she's the leader of them. So she really knows how to, use her martial arts and, use her fan well, not being able to do any bending, which is definitely very talented. And, a lot of people just love Sokka. I mean, he's just so hilarious. And at the same time, he does have his own struggles as well, trying to be a great warrior for the Water Tribe.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's see. We actually have some people in the chat. So, hey, everybody, how's it going? Let's see.
People in the chat.
Yes, hello. So, Crazy Collectibles was asking, can we talk about Azula and how complicated her life was?
Ooh.
Sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Azula was the only good villain in the show, I think, because she was so complex and she just has all of these crazy layers to her that make her the opposite of Zuko.
Yeah.
There's no better way to say it. Azula's kind of a crazy bitch.
Yeah, she is.
She's the crazy bitch villain who wants to get everything she wants. Power, fame, being able to just rule the nation, all that jazz.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I even think my favorite moment with Azula is probably when she tries to get a boyfriend.
Yeah, in the episode The Beach, yeah.
Yes, that's a great way of showing just how much she lacks in social skills.
Yeah. And that episode is really good because we're able to get a backstory on Ty Lee, May, and why are they struggling. I mean, Ty Lee in the show, she's just always so happy and bubbly, and she knows how to do amazing acrobatics, but she talks about all her life she was in this circus and she just felt incredibly miserable. And then with May, she talks about how she was just this protected child, and she was the daughter of this politician and ruler in general and stuff like that. And then when she had a brother come along, it's like she just felt like life was just boring and not worth living. And with Azula, she has mother issues. I mean, we've talked, people have talked to death about just how, in the with Zuko alone, in which we do get a backstory about who Zuko is, and we do get a backstory about his mother and how his mother disappeared, and that Azula felt that she never got any love and appreciation from her mother because she feared her. And we have Ozai, becoming the Phoenix King, and she becomes the Fire Lord. And when she's getting ready for her coronation, and she sees images and visual, disillusions of her mother talking back at her, she just starts breaking down, and it's just so effective.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a part of what made me disinterested in her. Because she was a villain, but also interested in her because she was so complex, and characters who have parental issues in these type of shows, that usually does lead to some great story. And that was probably the only thing I wish they would have done more with her.
I think they do have some more of that in the comics.
Yes, they actually do. But I'm a person who just would have liked a little bit more with her on screen. I think she was just a fantastic villain character, much better than her father.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely do agree. Hey, how's it going, Taylor? Everybody, we have Taylor on the show.
Believe me. You like me.
My connection died, then I also had to take care of the dog I was looking after. Apologies for that.
Well, dogs are very important. We will forgive you.
Yes.
Thank you. No, dude, he's just away at the moment.
Okay, I can never stay mad at you, Tyler. Yeah, sorry.
I can.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so yeah, we were just sharing our favorite episodes, characters, and all that stuff, and how we got introduced to the show. So please, I guess it's story time with Taylor. So please tell us all that stuff.
For me, when it came to Avatar: The Last Airbender, it's hard to really think about how I really started because it feels like I watched it ever since it first just came out. And I've always been sort of like the type, when I was younger, to go for like narrative-based show. So when Avatar opened up with just that great pilot episode, it just hooked me right from the very beginning. And I watched it all the way through.
Yeah.
And I just watched all the reruns and everything.
Did you watch the live-action classic?
I did. I went to the movie theater. No.
I did not watch classic.
Do you think M. Night watched the live action classic? Do you think he was like, man, I did such a what have I done?
We have Nero Angelus on the show, everybody.
Probably. Then he burnt down the theater and salted the earth so nothing would ever grow back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. For me, Avatar's always been like that pinnacle show of my early writing days, where it's just like, if I'm going to write a show, I want it to be able to balance comedy with narrative storytelling just that well. I want to be able to be that engaging when it came to my writing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that it's kind of funny because I think that nowadays the shows are starting to become that when it as opposed to when it came out in 2005.
Yeah, no. Well, I think it's. I think like we've kind of been alluding to, it's just a miracle that a show like this even came out at all, because it just had everything that a kid could love, and it has a lot more that a young adult or a full adult can go back and appreciate.
Yeah, I do agree. It's
sort of one of those series that you can just basically rewatch like as the years go on, and you basically get a better appreciation for it as you grow up.
Yeah,
like, I have a much better appreciation for the show now for its wonderful narrative theming than I did when back then, because I just thought like, oh wow, cool fight scenes.
It's like Challenge Showdown, but awesome.
Challenge Showdown was awesome.
Yeah, it was.
But this show wasn't awkwardly racist, because it's not like Aang showed up and it's like, hi, I'm yellow.
Oh.
Why would anyone have approved that?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. That's actually a good question.
Like, Aang looks like a monk.
Yeah.
That's it. He doesn't look like a 1950s shirt like the Yellow Terror or something. That would have been really weird. Especially considering that the whole point of Avatar is like inclusivity.
That's true. That's true.
Just wait till Shyamalan comes in. Just make him a white kid.
I mean, but he made everybody white except for Iroh and Zuko, who were
Indian.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I'm like, is it Muslim? I know it wasn't the right race. I just don't know which race he went with, though.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, like, from what we understand, like with the Fire Nation, they're supposed to be like Japanese, and the Water Tribe's supposed to be Inuit, and the Air Nomads are supposed to be like Tibetan, Hindu, and the Earth Kingdom is supposed to be Chinese. So yeah, that was really weird with the casting that Shyamalan did. It's like, we're gonna make the Water Tribe white and the Fire Nation Indian? I mean, interesting choice, sure.
Yeah, there was an actual step weirdness for the Water Tribe, because it wasn't like there were all Inuits and all that, all the background characters. It was just Sokka and Katara that were white.
Lest we forget, it's Sokka and Katara.
Here's our grandmother. Look at the grandmother. Look at Sokka and Katara. Look at the grandmother. Look at Sokka and Katara. So, when did she tell you guys you were adopted? Egg's like, you don't have to be the Avatar to put two and two together. There's no way in hell you're related.
Yeah.
Come on. Like, you had to have an inkling.
Right.
Yes.
It's funny because, watching the show, I loved it as a kid because I've always been a sucker for intelligent shows.
Yeah.
And like this was on the network that, birthed SpongeBob and Danny Phantom. Actually, it gave Butch Hartman a whole terrible career of mediocrity after like Fairly Odd Parents.
I mean, to be fair, Danny Phantom was pretty good in its first 2 seasons, but then, Steve Marmol left the show and Butch Hartman pretty much just went over with, going to a different direction in season 3, wanted to amp up the comedy. And then, Nickelodeon was like, yeah, we're canceling your show.
Yeah. And it's a shame because, like, Avatar feels like it was a show that had potential and reached potential. Danny Phantom's like, oh, think of the amazing stories you could tell because it's ghosts.
But not
and then,
really ghosts.
So they're basically like demons because if they're ghosts, you have to say people died. And no one wants to ask the question, well, how do these people die? It's like, oh, Ember died in a tragic house fire, and that's actually a core part of her character, but we're never going to address that. Then we go over like the Avatar. We got racism, we got segregation, we got murder. And you're like, oh.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
You're treating us like adults.
They're those dark places, but still presented in a way that's not like overly dark for kids.
Yeah. I mean, it was like episode 2 or 3. It's like, here's Monkey Episode's charred corpse. Oh my God, here's my friend Boomy. He's like 100 years old and he's quirky and fun.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It wasn't like Rich. We talked about this too. It's like they didn't even shy away when Monkey Yatsu died. It's like full of like there it is, corpse, charred corpse of a guy right there. And you're like, oh, any other show it might have been like you'll see the clothes, you'll say the name Gyatso, but you won't see the body right on Front Street. And there's the corpse of my father figure. This 12-year-old kid had to show up.
That deserves a golf clap.
I had to come back to my home. Oh, this is nothing how I remembered it. I mean, like, things are where they are, but everything's, like, horribly burnt. Oh, my God, my dad.
Oh, everyone. Yeah, damn Nickelodeon, you had balls back then.
Again, then you go like Danny Phantom. So, what happened to all these ghosts? Oh, yeah, they come from another dimension where ghosts exist. That's not how ghosts work. Like if I killed Rich would come back as a ghost. Like Rich would have had a story to him.
I would.
He didn't manifest in another reality or something. It's like Bleach told poorly. It's like Bleach for babies.
Oh my God, I want that for the next episode of watching stuff. If you're ever gonna rewatch Danny Phantom, Bleach for babies.
It's Bleach for babies. It didn't have any of the courage to bite the bullet. Avatar constantly bit the bullet, and the only time it really didn't is when you got to Legend of Korra, where it was like, we want to bite the bullet on the whole like lesbian thing. Studio says no. We really want to do it. Taking your show off the air. Fine. Last episode. Boom.
Yeah.
Cancel us anyway.
Fuck you anyway. Yeah. Fuck you anyway. We're doing it.
Yeah. If you're gonna cancel us, we're just gonna put it in there. But
we're out.
But like the whole first show of Avatar, it covers everything: prejudice, hatred, genocide, regicide for that matter. People forget that happens because like didn't Ozai like murder his father?
Yeah.
Like, wasn't it very heavily like implied he and his wife murdered like Ozai's own father so Ozai could become Fire Lord because Uncle Iroh didn't want to do it?
Yes.
Yeah.
This show covered.
Bastard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you saw how good of a father he was. Just look how his daughter turned out.
Yeah.
I mean, there's another character to talk about: psychological abuse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Someone actually brought that up in the comments, like that, and I was like, yeah, it's kind of a crazy bitch, but that was so.
She's totally a crazy bitch, but like you understand. Here's the thing. Especially watching season 1, and you see where Zuko is. He's, for all intent purposes, Zuko is a good person. He's misguided, but he is a good person.
Yes.
When they do the flashbacks, there is no indication whatsoever that Azula was ever going to be a good person or a normal child. Because there's a really messed up scene where Zuko's talking with his mother Ursula, and he's like, "Hey, Mom, you want me to show you what Azula showed me?" And he just throws like a huge loaf of bread at like a baby duck, and then they start biting him. And it's like, that's how Azula showed me. It's like, oh, Azula like tortured small animals. She was a freaking Nutter Butters from the very get-go.
Yeah.
She was always a mess.
Yeah, but that became even more of a mess when she wasn't the favorite child.
Yeah.
Oh, was it like she's yelling at her dad? You can't treat me like this. You can't treat me like Zuko. Oh, that's weird. That's normal.
Yeah, no, it's like her mother didn't give her enough love because she saw how crazy she was, and her father just didn't give a shit about her.
Well, no, here's the thing. Much like Mother Gothel from Tangled, Ozai loved her power.
That's true.
He loved her. He loved her in the same way you would like love a gun.
Damn.
Like, no, she was a tool. She was a weapon. She was something for his army. He didn't care about her as a daughter, but there's never any point given that he actually loved her as a father loves a child.
No, there isn't.
Like he was a grade A sociopath and psychopath. It's not like when we go to Korra and we have Zahir. Zahir had the capacity for love. He loved his friends. He loved his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And he believed in what he was doing. Ozai was just some dick who's like, I'm so much cooler than everybody else. For some reason, he's just an asshole. Which makes you wonder, how bad was his childhood?
That's a good question. I wonder if we'll ever explore it.
I mean, the recent comic explores Kyoshi. And from what I've seen in previews, she did not have a good childhood.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
She's kind of a hard ass, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, that's my understanding of her. Because I remember, like, that was the whole, she split the kingdom in half? That one dumbass, like, stood there, like, I'm defiant, falls off a cliff, and you're like, yeah.
Yes.
It was his own fault. Yeah, she was the first Avatar to be bisexual.
Oh, that's really out of all the, like, generations that existed.
Yeah, no, she was. She was the first one to love both men and women, but she had to hide it because, different times, man. Different times.
I mean, it is true. I mean, it was stated that, she was the longest lasting living out of all the avatars. She lived for 400 years.
That makes sense. She's an earthbender, too. And as we've seen with Boomy, hell, tough for that matter.
Yes.
Earthbenders are tough cookies to give over to death. It's kind of why like Korra pissed me off so much. Where it's like, oh, who died? Sokka.
Oh,
that's it. I can understand. Toph is too cantankerous. Like death would have to come in while she's sleeping, and she'd have to hope she stays asleep. Because the moment her eyes woke up, she's like, "I hear you, bitch," and Death's like, "Oh no." I'm gonna have to fight with this old blind woman to get her soul. It's like Sokka died, but Katara didn't, and that like really upset me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No,
and then part of me wondered, it's like, do you think he died because of his own stupidity? like I love Sokka. Like on Team Avatar, Sokka was one of my favorite members. He's so lovable.
Mm-hmm.
Mine too.
Even though like it's really weird when you watch that first episode, it's like girls can't do this, and it's like, oh, that's really weird. You want the sexist angle, but okay. I'm sure he's not going to be a dick like this as the show goes. That'll be his character arc. It's just a weird place to start it, though, where it's just like girls can't do these things.
Yeah, I mean, like I could probably attest to the fact that it was the time period, and since it was war and men were needed to go out and fight against the Fire Nation, it's like I guess he would have that kind of stigma, but his mindset completely changed when he went over to the Kyoshi Island and he saw the Kyoshi warriors. So I guess because there weren't a lot of men in the Southern Water Tribe because they went off to war, and he was like the man of the village because he was the oldest, yet he was still too young to fight. And he was like training all the other boys. So I guess I can't really blame him for having that kind of mindset because he was stuck in this small water tribe where he was the only boy that was the oldest amongst the entire group because they were mostly women. And then, then he had his humble pie when he met up with Suki and it's like, oh, girls can't fight. Oh, I took it easy on you. It's like, no, you got your ass kicked.
Yeah. You have that wonderful, it's a very Wonder Woman moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something of this means this, or this means valor and the importance and significance of this. And he's like, he feels all honorable like a warrior in this outfit. Then Aang just leans in, oh, hi, Sokka, nice dress. And then he just leaves, and you're like, God dang it, Aang. it's funny and cute, but that's the thing. That's another thematic that this show like discussed. The gender thing.
Oh, yes.
Where if you've looked now, a lot of modern shows, girls are just tough. That's it. And I think the thing that my only criticism with that in current modern shows is some places it just feels like it's weird how much they push the idea. Like if you guys remember trying out the Owl House, the lead character in that show is remarkably bland.
I have not seen the Owl House.
Six episodes in, not a fan.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm not missing much.
No, I'd recommend watching Harley Quinn. I mean, she's a complete and utter screw up, but my God, is she like a fun character?
Okay.
It's true.
I think Avatar really showed like much like what Samurai Jack did, where it's like it really shook the foundation of like what could we do for kids for anime, like Batman the Animated Series. Batman the Animated Series is unprecedentedly beloved as doing the impossible. You know, so many people watch that show, and to this day, people still hold it a testament where it's like, this is the Batman show. You know, it's so dark and dramatic. Now, mind you, second episode in, Joker's whole plan is to hit Batman in the face with a pie. So it's not too dark, but like you have the Two-Face episodes, the Clayface episodes. Mr. Freeze, of course, was the standout one.
Yes,
and that's what Avatar did. It showed us like we could have an art style that's so different than what we're used to from Western animation.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have to remember that, I mean, if we're talking about Nickelodeon, there were only two styles of animation that people were familiar with. Klasky Chupo or Butch Hartman. And then, like, you know, scattered in between, you know, you had, like, Chalk Zone and My Life as a Teenage Robot, and you had...
You know, all the shows that got canceled.
Yeah, essentially.
Oh, I mean, think about, like, isn't Fairly Odd Parents still going?
No, it ended a few years ago.
Oh, thank God!
I know, right?
I will bet $5 American. It will get a reboot, and it will get like a Teen Titans Go treatment.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: like with Butch Hartman's, you know, controversies, maybe not anytime soon.
I mean, if you don't attach him. Like, you can maybe bring back Fairly Odd, because deep down, nobody cares about creators of shows. People just care about the shows.
That is actually pretty valid.
We are probably a select minority where we will see something on the precedent of a creator. Like, I know me and Rich, you slapped Gandhi Tartakovsky's name on it. We're like, oh, I'll take a look at that.
Yes.
Like, it can look utterly stupid, because Hotel Transylvania did look utterly stupid. And it's like, oh, this looks stupid. Oh, Adam Sandler and all his like freaking SNL friends. This is going to be terrible. Gandhi Tartakovsky's writing and directing. Ooh, I will give that a shot. He doesn't make crap.
Yes, it's true. Well, that kind of goes into the whole animation thing we're going on about, because it's so weird that this animation style for this type of show even happened at all, and the fact that it's not just, oh, we didn't just put pen to paper. No, we actually went a step further. We choreographed those martial arts, and we just basically, you know, traced and had to do all of this work into making the animation flow like a person is doing these things.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Sifu Kisu for all of the amazing martial arts techniques that he did for the bending.
Yes.
Did they go with rotoscoping like the Fleischer cartoons that they used to do back in the day? Where
I mean, if you actually see like behind the scenes videos and all that kind of stuff, and you see pictures, I mean, I think that's what probably they did. You know, they would like film Sifu Kisu and they would film somebody else like doing the bending, and you know, they would kind of like trace that, and it would like flow in really nicely. So I think that's probably what they did.
Yeah, and even for the non-bending portions, like when characters they just had the creators or some of the crew members act out the facial animations and expression, a good idea of how these characters moving around with expressions and shit. So somebody would, comedy bit, they put that in.
That reminds me of old-fashioned Disney. I don't know if they do it anymore. Heck, I don't know if they do anything they used to do anymore. When they did Alice in Wonderland, and I have the unanniversary edition on DVD. If you check it out, there's a great behind the scenes where they show you the Mad Tea Party, and it's the actors are all there, and they're dressed up in costumes, and they're sitting at a table, and they're doing the tea. And Edwin is doing all the spiel when he's the Hatter.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they completely like, and we're just going to trace that. We're going to put that in the movie. And it's beautiful. They kind of did the same thing with Genie too, where they let Robin really, set out and do whatever he wanted with that character, and they animated to it to help bring that character to life.
Yeah. And I like that they did that for Avatar. It wasn't just a standard animation. They went above and beyond to make it something we hadn't seen at the time.
Now, in terms of this art style, specifically, with this team, it's been what? Avatar, Legend of Korra, Voltron, and Dragon Prince?
Yes.
Those are
Yes.
the four they've done?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm really wanting to see what else they can do. I've in the worst way, I want to give them a property that's existed but hasn't been touched in years. I want to give them, Mighty Max.
That would be really good.
Oh, yes.
Mighty Max and humanoids.
Pirates of the Dark Water, I would love to see them try to tackle.
Oh, that would be really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, this might sound crazy. What if we gave them Thundercats?
Oh, but Nero! There's already a Thundercats show on Cartoon Network.
A better one, man.
What are you talking about, show? That show got canceled in 2011.
The
We don't speak about the short bus equivalent to Thundercats.
Well, okay, now to be fair, I've only seen clips of it. I've never seen it, so I don't know what it's about.
I have seen the pilot well over 5 times now.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Yeah.
I like to give everything a chance in order to fully understand something. That's why when I went to She-Ra full tilt, where it's one season, oh, I don't care for this, skip season 2. Then I came back in season 3, and I felt like I didn't miss anything, and I'm like, no, I still don't like the show.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's Avatar, where it's I like almost everything about Avatar. Nothing really pissed me off. Even when it's oh, Mako passed away. How do we replace? We have to replace his voice actor. Oh, you can't find a good replacement for Mako. Hey, you know what? You found a pretty good replacement for Mako. I'll give you that. And I could still tell the difference.
Yeah.
But a solid performance. Yeah. I remember people telling me it's you can't even hear the difference. I remember when Samurai Jack, when its 5th season came out, they're you can't even hear the difference. And all I'm thinking is how could you not hear the difference between how Greg plays the character and how Mako plays the character? They sound completely different. It just sounds like he's doing a solid, not perfectly spot on, but a good enough impersonation of Mako as a performer.
Yeah, I mean, take somebody like Corey Burton, for example. If you ever hear him on Clone Wars, where he does his Count Dooku voice for Christopher, doing Christopher Lee, if you remember from interviews, Christopher Lee, when he was brought in to do the Clone Wars movie, and they thought that he was going to be too busy doing the Star Wars movies. And so then there was this one time in which he had, he was free. And then, Corey had already recorded his lines. And then he was listening back on, Corey's performances I guess you don't really need me because that, whoever did that sounds really, really good. I guess, I'll just head out. So, I can see that as a good example.
Yeah, and Greg and Mako were friends anyways.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
They were master and student.
So it's nowhere near as creepy as something else where it's it was I love Rob Paulson to death. Rob Paulson's one of my favorite performers. But when they were we should get him to play Stanley Ipkiss. Doesn't he sound just like The Mask? No. Not even remotely close. Well, we can't afford Jim Carrey, so you get what you get and you don't get upset. Okay.
Yeah, and from what I understand in Talking Tunes with Rob Paulson, he also did the voiceover for Jim Carrey whenever that they had to censor any cursing or something like that for TV or for airplanes, when they were watching a movie or something.
That's weird.
Wow.
That's so weird. That's such weird censorship.
Yeah. Anyway, we actually have a question from Crazy Collectibles again, who was asking earlier about the about our discussion about Azula, but he's asking, what do you expect from Avatar on Netflix? I assume that he's talking about the live action Avatar that's going to be coming out.
Oh, I expect less than nothing.
Okay, I'm going into it. I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt. It seems like they're really working very hard into making this the best it can be.
But you have to.
But I'm a bit worried though, because now it just feels like this is going to be Netflix's Game of Thrones, something that was already done and told well in 3 seasons. Is now going to be split up into 5, maybe 6 seasons.
That's the Voltron problem. We're like, Voltron's like what, 8 seasons too long?
Yeah, but they just padded the whole series out by releasing the episodes as new season.
I don't think. Okay, inherently, it's not a bad idea.
No,
like to do a live action remake of the show, inherently not a bad idea, But if the idea is like, oh, we're basically just doing the show, but we're just changing like the medium we're working in, that's a waste.
Yeah, no.
I'd rather we get like, let's do a show, let's do like a 13-episode season. Do a season 4. What was it like when Kyoshi was the Avatar? What was it like when Avatar Kuruk was the Avatar and his relationship to Ko the Face Stealer? Let's find Zuko's mother.
You're basically bringing a new story for this new mode.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what? I mean, like, I'm going to go into, like, Invader Zim Entered the Florpus. Like, essentially, parts of that story were based off of the Invader Zim comics that came out from Oni Press. So it would be nice if maybe we could have, the comics adapted into an animated miniseries. I mean, we were really close of getting Avatar: The Search, believe it or not. But unfortunately, season 2 of Korra was more demanded from Nickelodeon than that. So, that's why we have the Avatar comics today.
Yes, but with the anniversary being what it is, there's no excuse now. Like, it's not like people stopped liking Avatar. It's like Samurai Jack, and Rich and I have had this conversation where it's like,
yes,
you could have brought back Samurai Jack anytime. People love that show so much. You didn't have to wait for as long as you did.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I can understand why it took a long time because I feel like I'm going to think like 7 years ago at this point. Oh my God, 7 years ago. Okay. 7 years ago, I interviewed Fred Seibert. This was like years before I joined up with Frederator. So I talked to him about like Samurai Jack because I remember there were rumors that there was supposed to be a Samurai Jack movie. And it was basically like, continuing on from where this, the series left off. But I think that, they were saying like, it was really, really hard to produce because, well, I mean, like let's be honest. I mean, the Powerpuff Girls movie failed in the box office. And I'm sure that if it did really, really well, we could have gotten a lot more Cartoon Network movies, but we wouldn't get another Cartoon Network movie until, well, regular show. But technically that
Teen Titans Go.
Well, yes, that's true. But, regular show did have a limited release in theaters, and so did Steven Universe, the movie. But yes, you're right. Nationwide, we wouldn't have another one until Teen Titans Go to the movies.
That's so disgusting on every conceivable level. That's just so disgusting because like I love Samurai Jack. I remember like there was going to be a movie. Oh, what an interesting way to cap it off! And I was happy with the end of that last season. Where it's like the journey never ends. The lone samurai will always travel, and that's the beauty of it. It's like Avatar. Avatar should never end because it's like Doctor Who. Technically speaking, there should never be a point where there shouldn't be Avatar on the air.
Right.
Because there's always somebody new. And we're always going to keep moving forward. And we can always add new concepts and ideas and play with some ideas that maybe we had in the past that weren't done well, like the Dark Avatar, because that storyline sucked in Korra. So maybe we could like reanalyze that idea and play with that. Maybe do something with Ko like we were promised and never got any actual closure on.
Yeah, no. I definitely agree. I've been saying this for the longest time. They have the ability to make more Avatar, but the problem is it's not worth it to them anymore. They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care at all.
That's why they signed off.
The Avatar's not a sponge.
No, yeah, it's like that's why they were like, hey, Netflix. That's why they pretty much just gave Netflix the go ahead. It's like, yeah, do what you want. We don't care.
I mean, if Netflix isn't saying no to animation anytime soon, I mean, look, Shearer's not going
He
to
ended his run.
That's true.
And BoJack ended. Was that terrible one you and I watched, Taylor, with the birds?
Oh, Dick and Birdie?
Yeah, that thing got canned after like a season.
Yeah.
Do the right thing. Make a new Avatar. We'd be on what? An Earthbender?
Yeah, Earthbender's next. Yes.
There you go. Throw in her freaking Earthbender character. Hell, make him gay.
Yeah, why not?
Full chill. And you know what? Have Dwayne Johnson play him.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Focusing on an Avatar who's an adult. We haven't had that yet.
Yeah, no, it's because Aang, technically an adult on a chronological scale, but mentally, 12.
Yes.
Yeah.
Korra, 16.
Teenager.
She was a mess of a teenager, like all of us were when we were teenagers.
Yeah, but she grew into a responsible young adult.
But now let's have a mess of an adult, played by The Rock, playing an Earthbender.
It's too easy. It's too easy. Well, see, that's the problem, though. Nostalgia makes more money than new ideas.
But this could still be nostalgic. It's Avatar. You have all this shit you could pull from. He could meet freaking old Korra as like a ghost.
That is true, and it will be the only Avatar that he could meet up with, because, as you know, at the end of season 2, Korra cut off from the old Avatars and she started a new one.
Yeah, I love Korra to death. Nero can tell you that. Anybody who knows my channel can tell you.
It's true. He would murder for Korra.
I would, yes. I would take a bullet for her.
She'd catch it in her teeth.
But even I hated that concept. It's like, oh, let's have her cut off her connection with the other Avatar. What?
My only thing I hated about that was where everyone came out and it's like, oh, because the first Avatar has to be a woman. And it's like, I think you're all taking the wrong message from this. It's like the traumatic fact that she has. It's like if Luke couldn't reach out to Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Well,
like she has no mentor she could look to now. Now she's completely on her own. It has nothing to do with being like, now the first Avatar is a chick. Can you believe it? And it's like, oh my god, people need to calm. You guys need to calm down with this level of hatred.
I'm just more concerned on how the series is going to translate into Netflix's system, because that's, from my understanding, it just seems like they're going to be, the episodes will now be longer, so they'll be able to touch on things they couldn't in a standard 22-minute runtime.
Mm-hmm. So that's kind of good news, but that problem with that also is, what does that lead to padding? Because, like, look, I'm like most people, I don't have a problem with the Great Divide episode. To be a problem solver.
Yes, thank you, assholes.
that had something important to his character being like, I could solve problems. Also, people start wars for stupid and selfish reasons, which is the foundation of...
I'm really a huge fan of Avatar Day.
Yes.
Like,
I don't remember that.
That's the episode we just talked about earlier, where Kyoshi, or Aang, was...
Oh, God, that was the one. Yeah, with freaking,
yeah.
Freaking James Hong, right?
Yeah.
He was like the Weasley little dude. And he's like, Chen the Great was so great. And it's like, how great could he be? He fell off a cliff.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, and some people have argued about, like, Bato of the Water Tribe wasn't that good either, which, I mean, I could see that.
Yeah, I think Jet was kind of as a character, so if they find a way to fix him...
Well, I mean, Rich, you remember the Number Island Players? Is Jet dead? I don't know, it's kind of unclear. It's like, I mean, I don't know about you guys. I thought he died when I saw that episode. I'm like,
oh, no, he did die, because then he was never mentioned again in the media.
Well, doesn't the line from Toph say it all, where he's like, I'm going to be okay, and Toph just says he's lying, and it's like...
Yeah.
What did you guys think happened after that? He thinks like, he was just like, screw it, the fight ain't worth it. Yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I got pie in the oven, man.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the biggest thing I'm worried about, because I know they're going to be able to have it do well in live action. They'll find some good actors. I hope. I'm just concerned about, okay, will they overblow themselves with the bending? Like, will they go above and beyond to...
Would you rather have it like the movie where they underplayed the bending? I was like, oh, look at those earthbenders, like 40 people. One bowl, one tiny ass rock goes by, and we're all like, M. Night. What the hell are you doing?
That was the most hilarious part of the movie.
Yeah.
We're gonna stomp the yard.
Yeah. No, I especially love what he did to the firebender. We're firebenders. Oh, really? You're gonna bend fire out of your body? What? No, we can't do that. But you're firebender. Yeah, but we need existing fire that's
I want to like that.
Next to us.
I want to like that conceptually because it's like airbenders need to move the air around them. Waterbenders could pull from sweat. They could pull from the atmosphere. They could pull from plants. That's something interesting. Earthbenders, obviously, you need earth. Firebenders, we just literally created. It's like I get the idea of it, where it's like it's kind of bullshit. You guys get to create. It's like
it comes from your chi. It comes from chi, and you're able to kind of pull it out.
But also, if you take that away, they never would have won the war.
I mean, you have the sun. You could have used the sun's rays to power you.
Yeah.
Put their hands up like a spirit bomb.
Yeah. We have like the sun dance from Dark Souls.
Praise the sun! Like every Fire Nation member is just like holding their hand to solstice. And it's like, what's happening right now?
Yeah.
I like the idea of the change. I think the execution is really dumb though, because then you have to think about it in the movie where it's like they conquered for 100 years, and in the show it's like, well, yeah, they could create their element. Once they take those elements away from those people, they can't really fight back. They're at a disadvantage. But if you go into the comments of the movie, so if Water Nation showed up and was like, psst, oh crap, does anyone have like some flint and timber? Oh man, I gotta warn. When I get this going, you're gonna be so in trouble. Oh, it's too wet. Oh, this ain't lighted. Oh, I'm surrounded.
Yeah, it's like, but then Iroh all of a sudden can pull fire out, and he doesn't need it right next to him. Like, wait, how come he can pull fire out?
Because Iroh is so cool.
That's true.
The one consistency from show to live action. All right, Iroh's awesome.
I would, if they do bring back some of the cast from the movie, I would just bring the actor who played Iroh in that.
Because he's probably the only one you could afford, because the other guy went on and like won an Oscar or something, didn't he? The guy who played Zuko?
Yeah, Dev Patel.
Yeah, he ain't coming back. He's so done with this shit.
He's above this now.
It's like J-Lo, I ain't never coming back to play Joker ever again. I got Michael Morbius now, and then when that bombs, then we're gonna get a new guy to play Michael Morbius too. Like narrative, like conceptually, it's cool to have a live action Avatar show, especially if they do the right thing and use Muppets. Yes. They should use Muppets for spirits, and they should use the Muppets for the animals. Because CGI is going to suck.
Well, see, that's what I'm worried about, because Netflix, they're sparing no expense for this show's effects. Like they're really going all out to make this look like it can translate well, and that's my biggest fear. Like every time you see a bending effect, it's just a giant word bubble that says, "Look how much money we put into this."
I mean, it's like watching a Marvel movie, because that's exactly what it was like watching Endgame.
Yeah.
Look how much money Disney has. Wow, this is really boring.
Yeah, it's like, look how realistic it looks. Like, oh man, does that fire good?
That's like The Witcher, because like some episodes are really solid for like Geralt, but then other episodes are just like, look how much money we threw at the project. Yeah, but I don't really care about anything. Money though. Oh, I don't have that money though, so I don't care.
Yeah, no.
You see that money to go towards the story more than the actual visuals.
Yeah, no.
And that's where Avatar's strength was, because when it comes to it, if Avatar didn't have the well-written cast, the amazing voice cast, sometimes you kind of forget how good these voice actors are, because some of them kind of disappeared off the face of the map after this show. Like, I don't think the kid who played Ed has been in anything else.
Yeah, because when he was playing as Aang, I mean, he was just an actor from New York City, and I guess they were familiar with him because he had voiced various characters in Nick Jr. And remember that he wasn't the first voice actor for Aang. If you remember from the original Avatar: The Last Airbender pilot, it was Mitchell Russo. Mitchell Russo was the voice of Aang, and you may know him from like stuff like Hannah Montana and stuff like that. Yeah, he was the voice of Aang. And I guess, they decided to go to a different direction. And so they got, the same kid who voiced as Pablo from the Backyardigans and Andrew from Little Bill. It's like, yeah, let's get him to voice as Aang. And from what I understand last time, he was like going to school when, after he was finished with Avatar. So, I guess, whether he wants to continue his career in acting, it's kind of a mystery.
Because like some of them, like something was Mae Whitman.
Yeah, Mae Whitman. Yeah.
I know she was in Scott Pilgrim.
Yes,
but I don't really know her of like being in anything else, really.
Well, I mean, they're not. I mean, to be fair, there have been others that she has been involved in. I mean, I know that she does try to balance between voice acting and in live action because she also did Ninja Turtles a few years after she did Avatar. And then after that, then she went over to do The Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Which Ninja Turtles?
The 2012 version. She was April O'Neil.
Ah! That's weird. April didn't cry that much, so I guess I just didn't notice. I mean, I'm sure if April cried every other episode, I would have been like, that's a guitar. Oh my god. It's like we're back. Oh, it's like we're back in the Avatar world. Except amazing.
All I know is they better get some act and actually act this time around.
I feel bad for the kid who played Aang in that live action movie. It's like, it's not your fault, man. It's like Jake. It's like Jake Lloyd. It wasn't your fault, man. You were a terrible Anakin. You had horrible directing.
Yeah.
For God's sakes, Ewan McGregor was in the prequels, and even he wasn't that great. He's still the best one there. But even he was like, oh, this dialogue is just so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like acting, acting can really elevate a character. I feel like if you didn't have some of these actors, even for bit roles, like Ember Island Players, this bit always kills me. The joke in the Ember Island Players is that they used the original idea that they were going to use for Toph in the stage play, because Toph was originally supposed to be like this big, ultra butch dude.
Yes.
Yes.
But then they were like, what would be even better? If it was just like a girl who's like a little bitch who treats everybody like shit. and she'll be tough as nails and she takes crap from nobody. And she's blind.
Yes.
She'll be our Daredevil. And so when they do the Ember Players, they have Toph show up in the play. Toph's this big, ultra buff dude, played by John DiMaggio.
Yes.
And it's like, I couldn't think of a better butch as hell voice you could have chosen for that, short of maybe just getting Dwayne Johnson to play that character.
What is it with you and Dwayne Johnson?
He's literally the reason I went and saw Mulan.
Yeah.
The moment the movie came out, and it's like, it's just showing very person. I don't give a and Dwayne Johnson plays like a Maori.
Yeah.
Does he? Oh,
I'm in.
Oh, I'm so in. And then the happiness came out, like where it's like, by the way, Tremaine Clement gets a song and he sounds like David Bowie. Bonus.
Yeah. Well, Dwayne Johnson was supposed to play Johnny in that live action.
That's good. That's
that never
weird
happened.
because Johnny's white. Johnny, you have a hell of a tan, and you look more Samoan than I remember you being in the show I grew up watching.
Yeah.
like I think the thing is with Avatar, Legend of Korra, and Aang shows that we've seen there's so much potential, and we've only got 2 different avatars.
Yeah. I mean, technically, if you want to go for more of the, the comics, or if you want to go into like Korra where they introduce Avatar 1, then, technically 2.
I look at it from the perspective of, if I was an executive producer, the idea that people probably know about the show I worked on. They probably have no idea about the comics because it's the whole Marvel DC thing where they think where it's like Birds of Prey. Oh, people are gonna go. Well, has Harley Quinn? You know, the only people who know about Harley Quinn are people who saw Suicide Squad. It would have to be the people who liked Suicide Squad.
Well, I mean, what about the Arkham? What about the Arkham games? What about?
That was done.
Well, right.
That character is so different.
Okay, fair enough. You're right.
Like you have to go with the idea that the only way widespread appeal of characters and it has to be film. Like Marvel has this weird movies. That means people read our no, that is not remotely true. Yeah, no, I guarantee you because you can tell that people don't read the comics because when you see the interviews and people are like, Carol Danvers is the greatest Captain Marvel ever. There have been 8 people with Marvel. There's no way in hell that she isn't the one that everybody remembers. Monica Rambeau is.
Right.
That's the character everybody brings up.
Yeah, and until until Spider-Man Enter the Spider-Verse came out, I mean, with the exception of maybe Spider-Man 2099, how many people knew that there were multiple Spider-Mans other than just Peter Parker?
I did. Hell, be honest. Who knew about mine? I did. I read funny books. I read Bendis' terrible era of Spider-Man writing. I knew who Spider. I read those too. When it was because I don't like that character. And dude, it doesn't make sense.
Damn it.
He's dead. But there's like I can. It's like who cares if I died? Taylor could go get. He would made a cool Nero from like Earth like 4 or something, and he'll be like, I don't know, a goblin.
Goblin Nero.
Oh, very different.
In actuality, Taylor went to the Star Trek universe, and he just got a Ferengi named Nero. And it's like he's like the Nero I had, except he's a little bit better with money, but the greed is all still completely intact, and his ears are just as large. Like the thing is, film is what elevates properties into the mainstream. Like I would argue, yes, Avatar: Last Airbender is arguably mainstream, but a lot of people knew it more widespread because they attached a huge name director, mind you, horribly chosen for the role. I would have given it to like Steven Spielberg, maybe.
I would have given it to anybody who wasn't just doing it because their kids wanted them to.
You know what the funny thing is? That argument has been used for so many positive reasons, though, where it's like, Raul Julia, why'd you agree to be in the Street Fighter movie? My kids love that game, so I wanted to play M. Bison. Jim Carrey, why'd you choose to play Robotnik? Well, not only did I feel it was a good character, but my granddaughter, my grandkids, they like the Sonic games, and I wanted to do that for them. M. Night, why did you do Last Airbender? Oh, my kids watch some cartoon or something on Nickelodeon. It's that show with the bug people that grant wishes. What's it called? Danny Funton, whatever? It's just as good a decision.
Yeah.
Don't get it, Nero.
Yeah.
I understood it better than you.
Exactly. What? I'm still pissed off that Nickelodeon's not doing anything with it.
I mean, to be quite honest, the way that Nickelodeon treated Korra, I don't blame Mike and Brian for distancing themselves away because it's like, do they want to be ripped off again? I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, if I were told by Nickelodeon saying like, hey, we're going to fire half of your animators and your artists, and then they're like, oh, no, let's not do that. We'll do a clip show episode. And yeah, I mean, you could read all about that in, it's either Mike or Brian's Tumblr. I don't remember. But yeah, that actually happened, by the way.
Yeah, we're gonna. Hey, so we may not renew you for another season. So try and wrap up your this season in a way that doesn't piss people off and leave on cliffhanger.
Is that why season 3 just feels kind of a little bit like a mess at the end?
Because they never told them. They always told them. I think at the last second that they got renewed.
Yeah, and the same thing happened with like after season 1. It's like it was originally supposed to be that just a one-shot 12 episode deal where you got introduced to the new Avatar, and so their main project at the time was going to be Avatar: The Search, but then Nickelodeon was like, oh man, the ratings just blew up, we need a season 2 right away.
Instead of 2 shows that could bring in the audiences, let's just do 1. Watch another cartoon.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep giving Butch carte blanche, even though he hasn't had a good idea.
Well, no, I mean, the biggest evidence of all as to how much they don't care is, so, hey, do you own Avatar: The Last Airbender on DVD? Yes. Do you own it on Blu-ray? Yes. Well, guess what? We're going to release it again on Blu-ray. What's the difference? It'll come in these nice steel books. Ooh! And you'll receive a free copy of Kyoshi, the novel.
I can just go pick up Kyoshi the novel. I mean, that's an option, right? Like, there's a point where the publishing house for the graphic novels, like, the only way you'll ever be able to read this graphic novel is only if you pick up the special edition DVD. It's not Disney does with Blu-rays versus DVDs, where it's like, do you like behind-the-scenes material? I do. I find it fascinating to watch. You can only get that if you pay out the ass on these terrible Blu-rays that do not increase the experience and are just more expensive because Sony pretty much monopolized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, okay.
And that's why I have so much trouble getting anime now.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's the, it kind of reminds me of, like, how we used to do it back in the day. And it's like, oh, you want to be able to play as this character? Well, you have to go exclusively to Blockbuster where they have that version of the game so you can be able to get it.
Exactly. What are we going to do when Cora reaches the Oh, we're going to do something real special, Rich. All right, what are you going to do? We're going to re-release it again, but this time we're going to release it with the art book.
Oh my God! Take all my money.
Oh yeah, take all my money. Oh,
I feel like Richard's giving them too much credit to be like the 10 season of Coral Runner, or like Run Around. Then we just cut to the offices, Nickelodeon, some guy scratching his ass, another scratching his nuts, and it's like, hey, did you have a show like 10 years ago that was like really popular? Oh no. How's SpongeBob doing? Tom Kenny is like hooked up Darth Vader style, all like hanging in his Bacta tank, and he's like, I'm ready. It's like, yeah, in there, Tom Kenny. Look at that spine.
Forever.
Every time it looks like Tom Kenny's near death's door, you poke him with a life stick. That's just a cattle prod. Poke him with the life stick. Make sure he's still ready.
I'm surprised the graphic novels have been getting as much traction as they have. Like,
especially because like that stuff's hard to get to audiences.
Yeah,
because, a TV show is easy to get to an audience. A Netflix show easy to get into an audience. A book.
Yeah, it's like, hey, do you want to see what happened to Zuko's mom? Yes, I do. Well, buy the graphic novel. Oh, okay. We're going to split it into 3 parts. Oh, okay, so I can just collect it. But wait, before you do that, we're going to re-release it. All 3 of them together in a hardcover library edition.
I love them omnibuses. They look so beautiful on the shelf, but they're so impractical. I know, because I have all of Neil Gaiman's Sandman.
Yeah, I've got the Search big library edition, and I've got the Cora graphic novels in parts.
It's great. If somebody breaks into your house, that could be used as a weapon to stop them. You just put that thing in a pillowcase and you swing that sucker like a freaking flail, man.
Book bending.
Do you guys think? Okay, let's say you're put in a situation. All right, let's say Nickelodeon collectively got their heads out of the, and they were like, okay, Patricia, Taylor, we got to do something. All right, we want to do a new Avatar. We don't really care. Just do an Avatar. What's your pitch? Like, they give you, let's say for the sake of argument, they give you full carte blanche. You can do any pitch, no strings attached. You're not worried about the toy tie-ins, which is so weird.
Oh, well, we're not dealing with Cartoon Network logic there, Nero.
I still understand. I don't understand their logic either, because they were like, Megasexar didn't work. The toys can sell. The show with aliens and robots and mechas and mutants. Yeah, I can understand how that can find a toy audience. Oh well, I'm sure Symbiotic Titan would do well. Oh, that can find a toy audience. Yeah, they fight kaiju in like every other episode. I can't see how that couldn't find an audience. What was the premise of Symbiotic Titan Rich? Robots that transform into things? There's not a franchise that's been around since the 80s, right? That's
No.
unprecedentedly still going with the premise of robots that turn into things.
Exactly. No. Well, okay. Okay. So if I was in full control and I could do what, I would have a Kyoshi one-shot season.
Okay, so I'm an executive. I'm looking at you right now.
Okay.
You know, do your Kyoshi one season. Kyoshi now is that one of our other Avatar? I didn't watch the show. Is that the one with the talking sponge? I don't know.
No. It's like, here's my idea. We cover everything that we know about her that was expanded upon in the novel. You know, we really dive deep into her struggles of her having to hide her bisexuality.
Whoa. Pump the brakes there, hon. I don't know, we could do a bi-avatar. It's not like she's a rock. If lesbian rocks are in love, that's fine because they're rocks. He's like a person with a soul.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so can it be implied? All right, so can I at least imply it?
You can imply it in the same way they implied that technically SpongeBob has openly come out as being hermaphroditic because he showed that he reproduces by budding. There's an episode where he mentions that, where he's like, can you reproduce by budding? And he makes like duplicates just come out of his body.
Okay then.
Completely changes the foundation, by the way, of SpongeBob's gender and how that character works. So I guess you have to be super subtle like that, where it's like, fine, Rich, I'll tell you what. You can make a bi, but you gotta do it in a way that like, no, I don't want to hear a mom. I don't want a mom calling me up at like 4 a.m. and she's like, "You're ruining my kid." I don't care how much I'm ruining her kid.
All right. So I'll just do it how Mike and Brian did it at the end of Legend of Korra. Oh yeah. Have her hold hands with the guy and the chick, and they walk off. Okay.
Hands. Oh, jeez. Next thing you know, you're gonna tell me we have to show her ankles. Oh God. Oh, I'm sweating like a sinner in church right now, Richard. You got me over a barrel right now.
Yeah.
I don't know why my executive pitch is like a guy from like the 1950s who's like really ass backwards. So, but I mean, in a lot of ways, isn't that kind of like what Nickelodeon is? Though they're really kind of cowardly in doing anything.
I mean, you understand where they're going through right now. They're going through a massive change in their network because they're hiring new people and they're getting rid of the old ones. You know, like for example, Brian Robbins only became president of Nickelodeon less than a year ago, and he already like rearranged every single position when it comes to animation and live action. So they're still in like, they're still in kind of like this sort of like a weird limbo. And they just went through their upfront recently. And, they were discussing about, like, these are the new shows that we're going to be having. And most of them are revivals or, new seasons or spinoffs to things that people don't want. It's like, we're getting another Henry Danger spinoff. It's like, why? And then there's the whole...
What the hell is Henry Danger?
Okay, Henry Danger was one of the last shows that Dan Schneider created right before they kicked him out because of controversial things,
I've heard about him. He's a very colorful individual, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean he has the
children's shows.
Yeah, he has the Quentin Tarantino obsession where he likes to get close-ups of feet, and especially when but in this case it's teenage girls, and then there was like this. Yeah. And then there was like some controversy behind the scenes stuff, like he was like harassing the actors or something like that. So yeah, he was like he's been gone. He's kind of like Butch Hartman in a way. It's like, for over like 15 years, like no other live action show could go up against Dan Schneider. It's like, oh, we have Ned's Declassified. Isn't this great? Everybody's watching Drake and Josh. That show couldn't stand a chance. And it's like, oh, we have this show Taina where it's about a girl and, she wants to become a star. So she goes to this school in New York and she wants to learn how to become an actress. Nobody cares about that show, but watch Victorious. Victorious is the same exact concept. And people are going to remember that a lot more. Yeah. No, I'm not still angry about that, by the way.
What about you, Patricia, you get invited to the exec's office. All right, you gotta make me a picture. What do you got for the Avatar? I love those cat folks. We don't need that one, sir. Got full mortgages, and my wife is clearly with the milkman. By the way, I guess milkmen still exist.
Apparently, I guess so.
Somehow.
Sure. All right, so, I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, if we really want to get people back into Avatar again, we need to kind of, like, ease them in a little bit. So, right before we, like, go towards the past, because, it's been a few years since Korra ended its run. So I'm thinking that maybe we need to probably bring in a new Avatar into the mix. Like, it would be really interesting if maybe we can have, like, a cyberpunk kind of Avatar world. You know how in like season 4, Kuvira was talking about like we don't need the Avatar anymore, and it was kind of like the age of the industrial era, like it's akin to like 1920s United States or something like that. So I'm thinking like push that further. Like maybe we can have it at like a really crucial time period, whether it be political wise or whether it be like maybe like elemental wise or something like that. I think that if they were to have an earthbender, I mean, like you were saying earlier, I know you were joking about it, Nero, but it would be really nice to see like an adult Avatar, maybe like somebody who's like had years of experience. And
that's my legit pitch in the meeting. Give me the rock. And actually taking your idea, going to like the 1940s, become like old, like golden age, like Fletcher Superman.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
He's like an Avatar that like puts on like that, like a mask, and he goes out and fights crime.
Yes,
I like that.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I like that. Maybe somebody who has to like hide their identity, maybe because like the Avatar is not accepted anymore. Maybe like there was some sort of conflict involving with like trying to mash the humans with the spirit world, because I mean
there was a huge war between two dimensions. I think we have a reason not to like the idea.
Yeah, Crazy Collectibles was saying like
was a giant.
Yeah. Oh, Crazy Collectible says the Avatar versus climate change.
Ooh.
I like that.
I like the idea. The Avatar versus climate change. Oh, well, she's fighting myths now? Next thing you're going to tell us our world is round? Well, I have this globe. That's fake. God, can you imagine the idea of, like, if in the world of Avatar, if it's like, everyone knows that religion isn't real? No, spirits are real. Like, we've met those gods. Mm-hmm. And some of them are very scary.
They are scary.
Like Ko exists somewhere. Like right now, Ko is in a tree somewhere, like wearing people's faces.
Fucking bastard.
That's horrifying. It's like the equivalency of being like, imagine if we all were like here and now, right? Mm-hmm. But if factually we knew that Freddy Krueger was real.
That is terrifying, yeah.
It's fucking scary. It's not gonna be charming like Robert Englund playing Freddy Krueger. There's a spirit out there who literally will come inside your brain while you sleep. And if you die in the dream, you will die in real life. That's the world of Avatar. Crap like that can actually happen.
That is true, yeah. And you were saying before about 1940, then Korra would die too young. Crazy Collectibles. I don't think that we need to really worry about like progression of time, because we went from ancient Asian culture to 1920s in 70 years. So I think,
I know, right?
So I think that we don't need to worry too much about like time periods, because it's not really that consistent anyway.
That's getting hung up on minutia of the world, where it's like, it's not even that big of a stretch. Like, they toppled the Fire Nation. Zuko got put in charge. He was the Fire Lord. He took the technology they had and just shared it around the world.
Yeah.
That's all it took for it to enter the Industrial Age so quickly, because it's like, before the Industrial Age was one nation, and there was only 4 different nations on the whole planet, which, by the way, there's an interesting idea. What about a 5th nation? What about a 5th element?
What would be the 5th element? Because I know that in Chinese elements, I know that they do have more. There's wood, there's gold. You could probably play around with that. I like to see that, a possibility. Because, they introduced lava bending in Legend of Korra.
Yeah, lava bending in Korra. We had swamp bending in Avatar, because they controlled specifically content from the swamp, your marshes, your algae, your fungi, your stuff like that.
Yeah, then you have the metal bending, then you have the blood bending. But, we don't really have, for air bending,
had a guy who could fly if he believed in the religion.
Yes.
Hard enough.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like, oh my god, the airbenders can fly!
Actually, that's another reason why the whole idea of someone being like, oh, this religious stuff doesn't make sense. Some dude believed hard enough and he could flew, and that guy was a terrorist.
Yeah, exactly.
A terrorist believed hard enough.
Maybe explore a time when that was common. Where
like airbenders just flew?
Yeah, they could fly without gliders. Like,
if we did my rock idea with the Superman angle, he's the Avatar.
I mean, we'll have to wait because Earth. If exactly, we'll have to, go like another 70, 80, 100 years or something like that. Depending on how long we want to have Korra living, and I think we can definitely.
Not unless they're all accident prone and they all just die really quickly.
I don't know.
Just get Korra down the stairs. Skybus just falls on top of Korra and kills her.
Yeah.
Oh, who's the next Avatar? There's one. A rock rolls over on that one. Oh no! Hey, I found another Avatar. Gets stepped on by a moose.
A moose. Sure.
Time to keel over, you old dude.
My pitch has always been, what about like an Avatar of darkness?
Ooh.
Someone that controls shadows, and it's like inherently people think like you have to be bad, and you can play with that mentality of the idea of like the perception of it's like the Force, and this is because me and Rich are Star Wars nerds.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Like, people automatically assume dark side of the Force inherently means you're evil. There were Sith Lords. There's one called like Lord, I think it's Various or Ventus. It's from the books. He was a Sith Lord who had control over the dark side, but he wasn't remotely evil. He didn't try to conquer. He didn't try and take over the world. He didn't try and hunt down Jedi. He literally lived on a mining planet, took care of his business, and was loved by his friends and family. And then he lived to a ripe old age, and he passed away with everybody around his bed saying how much they loved him.
Yeah.
And that was a Sith Lord. Something like that, playing against type, where it's like you expect somebody who's like a shadow bender to be inherently evil. It's shadows. They must be horrible people.
Yeah, or you really get to see the hero characters get like sort of like evil power sort of thing, which is why it was interesting when bloodbending became a like just imagine an Avatar where bloodbending was their main form of use. Like,
oh man, imagine a Judge Dredd character that used that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a super was it fascist? Right? That's what Judge Dredd is, right? He's a fascist. I'm trying to think what's the right categorization for his kind of character. But like the idea that like we have bloodbending. What if there's a place that uses bloodbending on like a really like totalitarian concept? Like their street, like they have like imagine they rebuild Ba Sing Se, they bring in waterbenders, and then they know bloodbending, and like the new Ba Sing Se becomes like a totalitarian like.
I got an idea. We should how Legend of Korra was like 1920s. Maybe we could have like this new Avatar akin to like the Cold War.
Ooh. Yeah, Russians. We're gonna add Russians into Avatar. Yeah.
Yeah. In Soviet Russia, Avatar's you.
It's gonna be like the reverse. The elements bend you, I guess, instead of you bend the elements.
Yeah, exactly. Do not worry, comrades. I will bend the elements.
You could almost do, in a way, like. I feel like Korra missed out on this with season 1. I feel like the anti-benders concept was sorely underutilized because it sounded like such a good idea. And then they just kind of like wimped out. They wimped out so hard in that where it's just like, did he go to the spirit world? Did he learn like spirit bending? Like the lion turtles? Oh, what are the possibilities? No, it's just some waterbender with like daddy issues. Oh, that sucks.
That does suck. I would like to have an Avatar that's hideously disfigured, and he's kind of a outcast.
You want the Quasimodo of Avatars?
Yes, but, they have to kind of accept that, he is their Avatar, and he's supposed to bring balance, but they can't get over, he's a monster.
Well, our last Avatar was so hot. She had, like, dark skin, and, it was like an Amazon woman. Sure, she was like an 8-foot-tall giant woman, but if you're into tall chicks, that's pretty attractive. Hell, even like, older Aang was, like, kind of suave-looking. And it's like, why do we got, like, the pug of, like, Avatars now?
Why do we rack Avatars? Why can't we have Avatars?
Hey, here's an idea. Here's an idea that I don't think anyone would say yes to. What if the Avatar was just a bad guy?
You know, I think that'll be interesting. You know, maybe we could have like a Superman Red Sun approach, and it's like his upbringing. You know, depending on where he lived, kind of like took him into like following kind of like the wrong order, but he believes in it so passionately because that's just the way it was back then. Or maybe we could have like a maybe like would have an avatar like if we were to go in. That'd be nice. I like that.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Just imagine this avatar who rules his own country, and to everyone outside of that country, he's a bad guy. But within his or her own country, they're considered, gods. They're considered good people that they can count on because he or she cares about them and their concerns and will defend them.
You could give them like a red lotus, like a White Lotus parallel. It's like the Red Lotus. They specifically keep the idea of the cycle where it's like when the Avatar dies, we go look for the baby and then bring it to our country. So the Avatar's always raised by our country, so we always have a stake in power.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. I feel like you could get away with having an Avatar is kind of an anti-villain or hero, but to everyone else, they're not the hero that the nation needs. They're just a hero to a specific country. Like I really feel like you could have some interesting dynamics there.
What about the idea of like a monster fighting Avatar? Like imagine spirits came over. And they're like really upset because humans essentially were given these gifts from like the Lion Trolls. Maybe the Lion Trolls are just pissed where it's like, man, you guys really screwed up. And they send the equivalency of like, did you guys ever see like, was it Dr. Sleep?
I have not.
No. Basically,
yes, I have. Oh God, I can't believe it. Yes, my favorite movie of last year.
That's the Shining sequel, right? I didn't get the name right, did I?
No, yeah, you did. It is
like basically you introduced like, for lack of a better word, and this isn't a spoiler for the movie, but like you basically introduced the idea of like vampires that eat bending.
Yes, I'd be up for that.
And then like the Avatar has to be like the Solomon Kane and has to travel the world fighting monsters.
I would be up for that.
And imagine some spirits come over and they like whisper in our ears sweet nothings, and maybe we become avatars. Just like I, for one, have always loved the idea for a tabletop game. I've always played with this. I want to be the avatar specifically that serves Ko as like his priest.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Like I go out on his behalf to get faces.
Yeah, no, I be up for a character of an avatar who maybe doesn't want to be the avatar and he doesn't use his bending at all because he just maybe something tragic happened in his or her life and they're kind of exiling they're exiled and they're just traveling the world, but they see things go on and they have no choice but to use their bending in those specific circumstances.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that makes it really amazing that when you take a look at like the previous avatars that came out, like Wan and Roku, Aang, Korra, and such, like they were essentially like they had to struggle so that they can be able to be called as heroes because they each had like a disadvantage. They were kind of like had a certain personality or quirk or trait that the world didn't need until they realized that they needed it. I think I remember reading something on Pinterest a long time ago, something about like, each avatar started as exactly what the world didn't need at the time. One was a thief when the world needed a hero. Roku was a friend when the world needed an authority figure. Aang was a mediator when the world needed a warrior. And Korra was a superhero when the world needed a diplomat.
Yes.
So I'm thinking that maybe for the idea of like maybe this avatar, like, maybe like, they were thinking like, oh, we don't need the avatar anymore. Kind of like what Kuvira said in season 4. And maybe, for a while, like the avatar was kind of like, maybe he was like so unneeded. Like, he just became like this, like bum, or maybe he became like this like authority figure that he didn't really know how to put balance into the world. And maybe like throughout the series, or maybe like throughout the mini series or whatever you want to make it, it's like a person who was the avatar, but because the world didn't need him, he didn't know what to do, so he had to find his own way of living into this modern world.
Yeah, no. Or just having some painful tragedy happen to this person to where they
You want Batman to be the Avatar, Rich? Like,
no.
His parents get like lightning bended in the chest, and it's like you see the pearls go everywhere. And like, yes, Father, what do I do? And I guess a rock gets hurled through the window. Yes, Father, I will take the form of the Avatar. He's like hucking rocks at people like from the darkness.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. No.
Kevin Conroy and I'd watch that actually.
Okay, yeah, that's true. No, I think having an Avatar, for a while they're okay with being the Avatar and they understand the world needs an Avatar, but they don't. What this new Avatar never figured out that the other Avatars did later in life is that if you lose somebody that's close to you, you have to keep going. You can't stop being who you are. This is the path that you're set on. Yeah, you're going to lose people. Yeah, there's going to be casualties. There's going to be unforeseen circumstances, but you just got to push it. But this Avatar is like, no, I lost these people, or I lost this loved one, and I deserved to have a happy ending, but I didn't. And now you're telling me, oh, you have to keep going just because I'm this chosen one that gets reincarnated every time I die? It's like, no, fuck that. I'm never using this power again. I'm cutting myself off from the Avatar state. I'm even going to cut myself off from bending. I just want to be a normal person.
I mean, taking that idea, you could take the idea that this kind of Avatar, this very jaded one, wants to flat out just end the cycle altogether. Where it's like, I wouldn't wish this position on anybody.
Yeah, no, it's like as soon as you're into this law, you have the biggest
target on your back.
Yeah, well, that too, but it feels like, okay, you have this legacy that you're forced to live up to, and it's really not your choice in the matter. Just have an Avatar decide that it should be their choice. Like, they don't want to be the Avatar because they're not like the previous ones. The previous ones were them. This person is not. God damn it, Nickelodeon! What is wrong with you?
And that's the thing. Like, we're pitching all these ideas, and actually, I gotta say, like, Patricia, I love your idea. The vagabond angle.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I mean, like, your idea about like an adult Avatar played as the Rock, I like that too.
Yeah, I love your idea because there's this anime that Taylor and I are watching right now called A Restaurant from Another World. I think that's the full title because the anime stopped having titles. They started having elevator pitches for titles.
Oh yeah. Like that one time I got reincarnated as a slime.
It's fantastic.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's a great show, but that title is just like,
I'm on my second run through that show. It's amazing.
I'm sure it's a really good show, but yeah, that the title is like really long-winded.
Oh yeah.
But please continue.
So the idea of A Restaurant from Another World is there's a restaurant and there's the store, and it goes into the restaurant. The store just appears periodically in different dimensions, all sorts of dimensions. It doesn't matter. Fantasy worlds. Ancient Japan, it travels through space and time. It's like the TARDIS.
Yeah.
And the idea is that people from all these different places, they could be samurais, one of them was a dragon, one was a demon girl, who's now a waitress. They come to this place, they eat, they share their stories, they meet the head chef, and they go home.
Okay.
And it's just small 11-minute intervals about a day in the life of these people. Like, one story is literally about there's a guy with a sword, and he's on the run from a neighboring kingdom, and he's starving. He'd been running for like 3 days, and he stumbles across this door, and he goes inside, and he meets the owner of the restaurant. The owner feeds him, and they become friends. I'm thinking the idea for the Avatar is like, what if, and I hope this isn't too blasphemous, what if he's like Jesus? And he's like super lax, super friendly. He loves you. He wants you to be happy. And it's just 11-minute intervals, days in his life. Like, I went here and maybe I cured a blind child. Or maybe like I went here and helped a person who was like lost in the woods. Just small little, like, you don't have to save the world. Because, like, we did save the world Korra saved the world, like, 4 times.
Save the world, basically.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like Superman. Superman's great. Superman does save the world. And the Avatar just happens to be walking by, helps that person with their car. Because it should be beneath them. You're given great power. It's not that you have a moral obligation, but as a good person, you would just do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I definitely do agree.
And having the Avatar just traveling around, doing nice things here and there. And heck, you can even just have, maybe it's something as simple as, like, the Avatar day, he comes across a bandit in the woods, and they just talk. Like that episode with Iroh, where the guy holds him at knife point. And he, like, completely turns that guy's like, take that concept, that small, beautiful bubble, that could be your next Avatar. Just a friendly person.
Mr. Ross, the Avatar.
Yeah, but he wouldn't wear a sweater, because that'd be a little weird.
Yeah. Like, imagine Mr. Rogers as the Avatar.
That would be cool.
That'd be awesome. Like, hello.
And think about this. Imagine if we had a firebending Avatar. What if that's a pacifist?
Yeah, kind of like Aang. As soon as he used firebending, he vowed never to use it again because he saw how destructive it could be at its worst.
And, like, have them born maybe from something less known. Like Korra came from a nice family. You know, Aang had Monkey Yatso. But what about, like, an Avatar that's born into the equivalency of, like, Doofenshmirtz's family? Like, his family's just awful.
Yeah, or maybe it's someone like Toph, who was born into this rich society, but never wanted to be in that society. Someone who didn't want that to be their life.
But her parents still loved her. I'm talking about, like, you need Rapunzel. Like, that little girl was abducted by a crazy old stank out in the woods, and then locked up in a tower. You need, like, an Avatar that is, like, abducted by a crazy old skank out in the woods. You know, you need like that Avatar that's, like, raised by just wretched people.
Yes.
But, like, somehow hope perseveres.
Yes.
Yes, go beyond it.
Because that's an uplifting story. It's kind of Cinderella, kind of fairy tale schmaltzy, but that's the fun stuff. And then we can always do Rich's brilliant idea of, screw it, maybe it was a nice person, but got dealt a bad hand, and so they went to Dr. One Nation. What if they just lifted a continent, like they took Ba Sing Se, and they moved it over there, and they were like, this is my kingdom now. You are welcome to become a part of it. Get out of our way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Just do something, god dang it.
At least do comics with these ideas, for God's sake. There's even in comic form, they're not exploring the idea of, like, think of all the other avatars we could have out of it. Like, how come there isn't, like, a comic series about Roku?
Simple, because that's not their priority at the moment. I mean, were people really, really begging for Dark Horse to do a Kyoshi novel?
Well, let's be very clear, Richard. People don't beg Dark Horse for anything.
Well, yeah, no, but it's like they're just now getting to the past out. But it feels like that's still not going to be their goal at the end of the day. They have to capitalize on Aang and Korra because they're the ones that print the money. They're the ones that are the most recognizable. They're the ones that are going to be timeless, classic characters like Bugs Bunny or Batman or Superman.
This is why Doctor Who is so brilliant, because they do comics, not just on, like, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Like, those are the more modern age ones. They still do comics about, like, 4, 6. They do audio dramas about those characters.
Yeah, wouldn't it be so amazing? Like, I remember when Nick.com had, like, their Nick Radio thing, and they always used to play, like, music, which, I mean, wouldn't it be amazing if there was, like, audiobooks based off of the characters from Avatar, and you get to have the cast back to read them? That would be so amazing!
I want stories of old man Sokka inventing crap. Ever since he showed up in Korra, I remember one time, it was just me and my trusty boomerang. Like, everybody in that room was just like, Jesus. I want to hear stories about old man Sokka telling, like, I remember me and my trusty boomerang. Oh, and Aang was.
Yeah, no, I want an audio drama that explores Aang's family and how his 2 kids feel like they were the middle childs because Aang really kind of didn't care about them.
Yeah, you're right.
No one was talking about that Aang was a shitty father.
Well, to them he was, but not to Tenzin, because Tenzin was like the second coming. He's like, oh my god, an airbender! Finally, I must teach you everything. We must bond.
Aang, we have 2 other children. Not now, wife.
No, not now, Katara. You're the best son I could ever have, Tenzin.
Like,
yeah, I'm right here.
Is it crazy to want stories of characters who aren't avatars, though? Like,
no, yeah, that would be
I want to see Zuko as a dad.
Yeah, I mean that'd be interesting. Like I mean, like we saw who his daughter in Legend of Korra, and she is the new Fire Lord. But at the same time, like she sounds like when she was talking to Korra, like she is not willing to like partner up with Korra because there's still like the major regrets of what the Fire Nation did to the rest of the nations. So it's like I'm actually curious about that.
Yeah, I would love an audio drama that pretty much explores Iroh's death and his journey.
I generally wonder about that. I assume he died just because he was probably old. He was old by the time Aang was around. But I don't know why. I don't know if it's just me. Was anyone really I was genuinely shocked where it's like in Korra, he died.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know why, because it's like he was old during Aang's time.
Yeah, exactly. He was old during Aang's time. I mean, if he was like an earthbender, maybe that'll be a different story.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but like something about it where I was just like, oh, he died. Like I don't know why that really like shook me up inside. Where it's like that's so sad. It's like, oh wait a minute, he didn't like go to he didn't go to like Avatar hell, and he wasn't a good person either. Like at first, like he obviously after his son died, he became a better person.
Yeah, no, but before that, he was just as bad as his brother, his father. Like, that would also be a good story to tell. Like, show us the dick that
essentially an SS officer was until he saw his son die, and then realized, oh shit, we're monsters, and what we're doing is bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Like it's like in the new Star Wars trilogy. Here's a stormtrooper. You never see a stormtrooper as a good guy. I can't wait to see where this goes. Too bad. Oh.
Sadness.
Thanks. The sadness is strong in this one.
Yeah.
Is there any questions where people like what do audience members want out of like a new Avatar? Because like I hate the idea of going back to the well. Because the problem with going back to the well so many times is eventually that well's going to get tapped, and you'll find that it slowly slips from loving something to resentment really quickly. Because that's exactly like current people hate The Simpsons now. A lot of 30.
Yeah, it has like over 30 seasons. Yes.
Slowly degenerate into essentially a new form of hype, and people now don't much.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like like going into like zombie mode. Although it's kind of ironic because like there have been some cartoons that kind of like didn't really fall into the same trap, and if it did, like nobody cares about it. Like a lot of people seem to overlook that Arthur is still running.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I try not to eat brains. Or a vampire avatar.
I don't know. Vampires didn't really exist prior to the other one, so it kind of seems a little bit odd.
Okay, yeah.
I think Avatar has, as we've talked about throughout this entire cast, Avatar is endless potential squandered by a company that doesn't know what to do with it. It's actually one of the reasons why I get angry at Disney, where it's like, man, you could make an animated film about Mickey Mouse and his relationship with Minnie. And it's like, oh, I don't want to do that. Let's make another Disney princess.
Yeah. Who the fuck's Minnie? Right, the female Mickey Mouse.
Like it breaks my heart because like Taylor and I love that new Mickey Mouse cartoon now.
Oh yes.
It's so cute. It's like watching Looney Tunes because we can't have Looney Tunes anymore because Warner Brothers hates when they own things. Like how much they hate Superman. Oh, this isn't Batman.
I mean, like, to be fair, they are still doing like those new Looney Tunes shorts, but they're coming out soon. And from what I understand, there's been like clips of it. There was one about like wet cement. There was one about like, Bugs Bunny chasing, running away from Elmer Fudd, and they're going through like classical music. Those are the ones that I've seen, and they look pretty good.
Yeah, where he's got yellow gloves, right? That's the new one.
Yes, that's the new one. Yes.
The yellow gloves throw me off. I don't know why. This really annoyed me. Where it's like, screwed up.
It's better than Wabbit.
I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it because I think that when
Oh God.
yeah.
It's okay. It's alright. It's fine. Moderation.
Middle of the road.
I mean, like, at least we can say that it was better than Baby Looney Tunes or Lunatics Unleashed.
Point of order. I love Lunatics Unleashed.
Baby Looney Tunes was a guilt. I don't give a damn.
Looney Tunes just existed for me. I did watch a lot of it. I was weirded out by
You have one person. I like it when they were babies. It was a guilty pleasure. I unapologetically thought Lunatics Unleashed was hilariously awesome because it had also Kevin Michael Richardson in it and Rep Paulson.
And the other...
And it's like Taylor. I don't know.
Just
Rabbit. Hunter's duck. Yeah.
Babies.
Taylor's like, well, that's not Scooby-Doo.
True.
You guys wasn't driving in a van with the death, solving mysteries with the gang.
Yeah, sick.
For the record, that would be really cool. Looney Mysteries. Make it happen.
Yeah, that would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess.
And now this stream is going to get copyrighted by Viacom.
Well, that's pretty much half of my video, so that's not a surprise.
Oh.
If you don't want to get copyrighted by Viacom, just don't acknowledge that Nickelodeon's superpowers of animation on television.
Yeah.
Very true.
I can't really think of at this point with Avatar where it's like, what else can be done? I mean, an MMO would be nice, I guess. Choose your nation.
Yeah.
No one ever gets to be the Avatar, but you get to meet an Avatar. Like, maybe every couple of years in the MMO, they change who the Avatar is.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, it would be interesting to see like a Avatar D&D kind of like game because I mean, I've seen the fantasy stuff before, but not that.
That exists.
Oh, it does exist.
Yeah. Lakara, Lewis, he did a game. It was actually very, very good. It was at D20 Live.
Oh, interesting. I'll definitely have to look into it because,
Play it.
yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I think that for the most part, I mean, like, as we've been talking for the past like hour and a half, that there's a lot you could do with this franchise. It's just a shame that they don't really want to take the risk in doing it. And, we talked, for a long time about like, how this show is still amazing and that, everything about it is just phenomenal, like the voice acting. And we didn't even get to the music. The music is phenomenal, by the way.
That's because I don't think I'm a huge music enthusiast. Even I can't say anything new that's already been said about the music and how it's composed for the show because it's just that goddamn good.
Yeah, it is.
Those little things too, like you hear that was like that Asian lute or guitar when like Pyro shows up and you just hear it in the background. And you're like, like it's like that's when you know it's up. The one that always gets me is when the sound, the background music in Ko's tree.
Yes,
sounds like people screaming.
it does.
Sounds like shit out of Silent Hill, man.
It
It does. It's so hard. Like at the end of that bit with Aang, where he's like, I must be going. Ko looks at him and he just goes, we'll meet again. And you just hear like the sounds of like screams in the background as they fade away from the tree, and it's like, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah, ominous.
You can make an Avatar horror show.
Oh, definitely.
And a horror show for kids. Taylor and I have been ever since Coraline, and even probably before Coraline. Taylor and I have always been champions. Where it's like, how come kids don't have more horror movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you've had a handful of them, but yeah, they I mean, they didn't really like catch on, you know? Monster House, Coraline, Paranorman, but yeah, they didn't really like catch on.
God, what's that movie with Jack Skellington?
My Nightmare Before Christmas.
I don't know. I remember the lead character's full name, but I don't remember the name of the movie.
It's fine.
It's great. I didn't just go like, "Who's the skeleton from Kingdom Hearts?"
Oh my god.
Yeah. Which would have been way worse. So it's like, "Who's the skeleton from Kingdom Hearts?" Like, does that count as horror for children?
Sure, I guess. I mean, if you want to go for a more scary approach on Christmas, yeah.
The boogeyman did eat people.
Yeah.
Just say the boogeyman feels like something out of Avatar. Just imagine that. Imagine a spirit made entirely out of insects.
Ugh. Gross.
Yeah, right. It makes your skin crawl.
Yeah.
You can make that a villain. That could be the things that eats bending. It's like a hive mind of beings made of bugs, and when they eat your bending, they take your body, and then they make another one.
So it's almost, it kind of reminds me of Shino's powers from Naruto, in which, like, you know.
Because I gave up on Naruto.
Okay. So there's a character named Shino who, you know, his clan has bugs, and he essentially has bugs all over his body, even the inside of his body, that eats away the chakra or the energy from your body. And it can be able to like block out like energy where you can't do your abilities and stuff like that. It can sense, you know, people from where they are from hundreds of miles away. And yeah, that actually, you know, is actually pretty terrifying if you think about it. It's like, you know, you can't run away for too far because, oh, I'll put a bug in you. And, you know, if it's like a stink bug, you know, and then, you know, from the male and the female, you know, if they release like a scent, I can be able to catch up to you. Or, you know, I have the bugs eat away at your energy so that you can't be able to do any abilities or powers. And I can make bug clones and stuff like that. So, yeah, it kind of reminds me of that in a way.
That's horrifying.
It is.
Yes, that would be very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Avatar is like Pokemon. It could, in a way, it can never truly end, and that's the beauty of franchises like that. When you have that potential, it's not like Transformers where it's like Optimus Prime is always freaking finding the Decepticon. Jesus Christ, it's always that. It's almost. But anytime they try to deter from that, because they try to give a show where it's like, what if Bumblebee was the leader? No one cares, because you've made it the norm that like, who's the leader of the Autobots? It's Optimus Prime. Avatar doesn't have that stigma. It doesn't have that hang up. The Avatar is whoever is born to fill in the role.
Yes.
And that's the thing. You could do anything. You could do a horror season where the character is basically like Trevor Belmont. He just goes around and he fights like evil demonic spirits and crap.
Yeah.
You could do the amazing vagabond hippie hobo Jesus Avatar, who's like little slice of life. He goes out, he helps people, or she goes out, she helps people. They do nice things, and that's it. You have, you know, the like 1940s-esque Superman in like Avatar.
Yeah, you can have the 1950s-esque Avatar who, you know, has to deal with like a divided nation. You can have like, you know, the Avatar who was like, you know, disgraced and he doesn't want to do bending anymore, but, you know, the world needs him at a time and he's just like fed up with it.
Yeah. You could do an Avatar like, what if he's like the Robotnik? What if he took over?
Yeah.
Like he took over the entire world because he's the Avatar, and now it's a group of resistance fighters have to stop them.
Yeah.
And then if they kill him, now it's a race. Who finds the new Avatar first? His cult or the freedom fighters?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the Avatar's a baby, and like the baby, you know, is subject to like things around it, and then it becomes Mandalorian. It becomes Lone Wolf and Cub.
Yeah.
An Avatar bounty hunter. Interesting.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't see like remember Iroh's like friend, like the chick, the really hot bounty hunter chick. With the
Oh yeah, June. Yeah.
June, who we like for some reason it's like I think I got a shot with her nephew. No, dude. It ain't gonna happen. Uncle, I didn't see you get paralyzed. Shh, just lays on top of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I think Avatar Avatar is a masterpiece. Pure and simple. It's one of those few shows where you could say like, there's not much negative criticism because like I love Voltron, and even I'm like, I love Voltron. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, I love Voltron. I would die. I will kill anybody who says Legend of Korra is a trash show. But even I gotta admit, it's not. It's anything but flawless. Like Avatar was
season 2, dude. I mean,
don't remind me.
Freaking Una Loki over there, where it's like people should appreciate. Shut up. Just shut up. Stop being a weenie.
Damn it.
And then her dad, who was like clearly just Thor.
Yeah.
For some reason, Korra comes from very good. She comes from like the Norse pantheon for whatever reason.
Yeah, no. So yeah, well, Avatar was lightning in a bottle. Like it's something that still can't be recaptured, and I feel like it's just pointless to try and redo it again and again. And just tell new stories with it.
But I think because Korra wasn't as revered as Avatar, maybe they're afraid of trying to, go the next step. It's like, we had Legend of Korra, and it's like it's a new Avatar, and it has like these new stories. It's like, yeah, but we didn't like it as much. It's like, oh well, maybe we'll just have to redo the first one again because everybody loved it that much.
Yeah, that's the worst way to go at these things. Because if you get hung up on that is, and Rich will attest to this.
Yes,
that is exactly why this new Disney Star Wars trilogy fell completely apart. Because the first one, it's fine. It's basically a remake of A New Hope, but it does the job to get new kids to look at Star Wars the same way people like I grew up with it, the way Rich grew up with it, and that's fine. Episode 8 comes out, shakes things up. If you're like Rich, you don't care for it as much. If you're like me, you like it, but you're pissed at it. So you're split down the middle. And then because there's such a loud backlash of like, oh, so many people were so loud about what they didn't like about 8, Disney freaks out and it's like, and then all of 9 spends the majority of the movie. I gotta retcon this from 8, I gotta retcon this from 8, I gotta change that. And then you stop having something. And then what a shocker. People don't like it. You've just upsetted everybody. So instead of having that one like, you can have people who don't like something and you can't get hung up on it. Because the inevitability is, I know people who don't like Avatar. I know people where it's like, people say like, I can't watch it because of Aang. I've met people where it's like, I can't, Aang's too much of a wuss. And it's like, I like Aang. I think the 3rd season kind of doesn't fully work with the story it's trying to play off this angle because, and again, I've said this to you, Rich, where it's like, Aang's like, I'm a pacifist, I don't kill people. Did any of you ever tell him about that time he went crazy at the water temple and just started like killing people left and right as a giant fish? How many people did he drown? And everyone's like, oh, we never told him that. And you killed so many people, you don't even know.
Well, that's why I think that's why Korra was a better character, because she wasn't a pussy. She was willing to do whatever it took to get the job done.
And that's her flaw. She's a bit of an asshole.
Yeah, but she learns, and now by book 4 and the comics onward, she isn't an asshole, and it's still kind of. It's still Aang.
Yeah, I mean, with the way Korra acts, I think it's completely justified because, and as mentioned before, that people who are the Avatar, they don't learn until they're 16. Korra was like what, 5 years old, and she already knew how to bend like 3 elements.
That's how you knew. See, this is how you know if you're gonna love Korra or not. Is the moment that little baby steps out and goes, "I'm the Avatar." You gotta deal with it. If you're not on board, you gotta leave the room because this is what we're doing.
It's like this ain't your Avatar. This is our Avatar now.
Imagine Avatar was just an emo. Life sucks. Everything's gray.
Yeah, then they have to learn. Then by the end, they're not emo anymore.
Yeah.
Or they see the silver. They're going to be like, what's his name? JoJo, the little who sings and Horn hears it.
Yeah, exactly. God, that's probably where the Avatar's going. Live action.
That to me is going to ruin it because I feel like there's this stigma. I think everyone here in this chat right now and in the audience would agree. There's a really weird stigma in the industry, be it television or film, where it's like, if it's animated, it's not validated. But if it's live action, but still based off of something animated, it's somehow slightly more.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's true because you see, I worked with someone for like a project, for television. I can't really speak too much about it, but this person said, "Oh, I can't watch The Lion King because with The Lion King, I can't really, the animated one, I can't take it too seriously because it's a cartoon. That's why I like the live action version because at least I can take it remotely seriously." So yeah, there are people who are like that.
This other cartoon, because that's what the new one is. Those aren't real animals.
I know, but because it looks real, I guess it's like, oh, live action, we can take it more seriously. I know somebody who felt the same way about the.
I wish I could live in a world where warthogs all sounded like Seth Rogen.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, I know some people who felt the same way about the live action Beauty and the Beast. It's like, because it's live action, they can take it more seriously.
I remember I lost it 5 minutes into that shit, where it's like, old woman comes up at the door. Oh, and this is where he turns the old woman away. Bitch just like kicks in the door. Hi, motherfucker! I want to stay in this house. Get out of my house, you old hag! How dare you! I break into your house and I just want you to feed me and give me a room. I curse you. And you know what? I curse you and McGregor too. He's a clobber now. Rose leaves.
Yeah.
What just happened?
I shit you not when I saw that with my girlfriend.
Well,
so
let me ask. Okay.
It was not my choice, but I shit you not. At the end of the movie, everybody, like over 100 people in my theater, got up and clapped like they just saw the greatest Shakespeare play of all.
See, that's why I love coming out of episode 9. Because coming out of episode 9, literally the response the moment the credits rolled, everybody just went, "What the fuck?" The whole theater was like, "What the fuck?" Like, they're just angry. So and that's the thing. This weird stigma about animation, where it's like somehow animation invalidates storytelling. Like, so people who say that, where it's like, if it's not live action, then the story doesn't matter. So what? Me and Rich like Castlevania. It's especially Castlevania Season 2, which is a great story about Alucard and like dealing with his family's history, the tragedy of being a Dracula, and like the downfall of like his father and the loss of his mom. All that trauma that character has is completely invalid now because drawn.
Yeah.
Somebody still had to act.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. That's why, like, the idea of, Dragon Ball Evolution, prime example. Prime example of, like, unless it's a major motion picture in live action, no one will care. Well, except, Dragon Ball is one of the biggest cult phenomenons in shonen's history. So, and it's not even like a Japanese thing. Dragon Ball's huge over here in the West.
It's huge everywhere. It's huge in South America. It's huge in all the other Asian countries. It is massive.
Yes.
So this weird stigma. This really has to be a Western thing.
It is a Western thing because here's the thing. Like, places like Japan, even in Europe. Places like France and Ireland and all those places, they take animation very, very seriously. Like, they I mean, you have the Asterisk series, you have the company behind The Secret of Kells and Song of the Sea, all those, those companies, they gear towards not only kids, but also adults. This whole thing about like, this whole stagnation about like, animations for kids kind of thing. It is a clear Western thing.
And the thing is, we're at a point now where we have something like Netflix, which has opened up the sluice-gate for both good things and bad things to exist. And yet it still hasn't changed. We have like Castlevania, clearly not made for children.
No.
But we have like Kipo. Kipo's an adorable show. I highly recommend it to anybody who hasn't watched it. Taylor and I watched it and we loved it.
Okay.
We have Nero's favorite animated show, Hilda.
I love that. Dude, I'm just rewatching it again right now. I went through like fifth time and rewatching it. I'm like, oh, I like this so much more than Gravity Falls.
Yeah.
It's just so wholesome.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like watching the Paddington Bear movie.
Yeah.
You know, it's so wholesome and so feel good. And by the way, this is actually a perfect example though. Paddington Bear is a movie based off of a children's book, a children's cartoon show, a stop motion show. It gets a live action adaptation and it leans completely into it. People love it.
It does.
It's not because it's live action, it's because it's done well.
Yeah, no, but because of it being based off of a book, a children's book, it kind of goes under the radar.
Oh yeah, no. Hey, if you're a movie based on a kid property, especially if it's in the pretty damn good,
I'll validate that when I see it.
Because I know, because my first response, seeing that first trailer where they released that design, no, I will not go see this movie. And people get mad at me where it's like, but they fixed the design. They said that it was okay that that's my first impression is that bad model. I don't care anymore that now you're going to change it. You should have got it right the first time because you're literally paying for that property to adapt. But right away, even before the trailer even came out, people were like, a Sonic movie? Really? We're going to do that now?
Yeah, or this is right up Taylor's alley. Scooby-Doo feels irrelevant today. We need to the only way to validate its existence is doing an animated film.
Scooby-Doo is an invalidated show. It has no place in the pop culture zeitgeist. By the way, it's also the only Hanna-Barbera property gets any sort of notice whatsoever.
I mean, you do realize that they redid Wacky Races on Boomerang, and nobody's really talking about it.
And no one watched it.
No. Oh,
you know what the thing is? You know what it is? It's pretty funny.
It is.
It's like Dick Dastardly is like a Doofenshmirtz character.
Yes.
He's quirky and stupid. It's like Robotnik from Sonic Boom.
They finally released that Bam Bam and Pep cartoon. I've seen clips of it.
What the fuck? Are they babies or are they adults?
I don't know. The kids, who cares?
I care because here's the thing, and this is probably an unpopular opinion, especially for Flintstones fans, but I really like the stories when Pebbles and Bam Bam were adults because you got to see them, from the 70s, you got to see them in high school, and then they had the movies where you got to see them get married, and then you had the other movie where you got to see them have kids.
Yes, they made such a big deal about them getting married on live television. They literally interrupted a book just so they could talk about it.
Yeah.
It's like the death of Superman. When Superman died. This is the thing that gets us about pop culture, where it's oh, nobody reads funny books. When Superman died, and I know it doesn't matter now, especially in hindsight, but when Superman originally died, it was a very big deal. You could literally go to comic stores. They would give you black armbands with the red House of L crest that you could wear on your arm in memoriam. In memoriam for this fiction. About a guy who wears blue pajamas and red undies and hops around a building.
Yeah, who eventually was going to come back anyway.
And yet the industry still says, I don't know if you heard about this, Patricia. The people at Warner Brothers said in an interview, we just don't know how to make Superman work.
Are you serious?
A character who's been around in print for 80 years.
Going on 82 now.
A character who's been in print for 82 years. They were like, we can't make him relevant. But the orphan who dresses like a furry and punches a clown in the face.
You can make him relevant
forever.
10 times. Yeah, literally forever.
Batman forever. Bam. That's one of the things I hate about this industry is now it feels like, oh, we have to do a live action Avatar show. And it's why? Because somehow that'll validate it? No, the show was good.
No, we won't validate it. We just want to, we just want to go at it again. But this time, we want to show it can.
But here's the thing: does anyone really care if it can? Because
no, because you can just go back and watch the original series. So
I think a lot. I don't know if everyone ever agrees with me on this mentality, but a mentality I've always had, why I feel animation is the superior way to do storytelling is because you could do things that are seemingly impossible, and it all gels together very well. Like, I don't know about you guys. I mean, this is more apparent, like, say, in the Jurassic Park sequels, where it's like, first Jurassic Park, those dinosaurs look pretty damn amazing.
Yep, because they were actually real, and they were somewhat real.
Yeah, they were practical effects, a little bit of CGI. But then as they go on, it gets so... They just went full special effects. And this is why I don't like something like, say, like Avengers Endgame. It looks like a bunch of people are on a very big green screen soundstage.
And that's exactly where they are at.
but if that was like hand drawn, or even if it was just a CGI animated film, it all feel consistent and real. And that's
just been okay with that.
No, I mean, I would too, but even Marvel fans are hilariously snubbish now, where it's like, oh, if a Marvel movie's not live action, I mean, it's not worth seeing. What about Big Hero 6? That was a nice little film. That's not live action, who cares? That's not real.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why the animated series is very overlooked.
Which one? Earth's Mightiest Heroes?
No, Big Hero 6.
Big Hero 6.
Oh, Big Hero 6, yeah. Because it was just like, no one cared. I mean, it was only because of Taylor that I even got into the Tangled show where he's like, it's pretty good, you should give it a shot. I'm like, I don't care. I don't really care about Rapunzel. And we rewatched the movie and I'm like, oh man, after seeing Frozen like 9 times and hating the hell out of it, damn, Rapunzel's a pretty cool girl.
Yeah,
exactly. Season 3 there.
Well, season 3 is so good.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. Well, we do care about these movies, these animated movies, only when they win a fucking award. That's when we give them the validation they deserve. Oh, this movie should have won that award. It should have been nominated.
Besides, like, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, has anybody really ever acknowledged any live-action or animated hybrid in a long... Like, I'm thinking about it because it's like, you had Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which... My God, when you're an adult, the themes about racism and prejudice and discrimination are actually very up on Front Street in that movie, and nobody ever talks about that. Everyone's too busy like, look at the mouse that did Bugs Bunny. What about the prejudice with, like, the nightclub? Oh, I don't talk about that. I don't talk about these really deep, like, thematics that are in this.
Yeah, you don't really get a lot of, like, animation live-action hybrids. I mean, you have Roger Rabbit, James and the Giant Peach, Monkey Bone, you have Looney Tunes Back in Action.
Oh yes, that was the last.
Well, technically Sonic is.
Yeah, Sonic. Yeah, Sonic. Yeah.
Hop.
Yeah, Hop is another one. The Smurfs.
Pikachu.
The Smurfs.
Oh. But there's a prime example of a movie that nobody gives credit to, like the third one, where they basically rebooted the franchise and it takes place in the Smurf world. No one talks about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Like no one cares. Like,
and a Space Jam. Thank you, Crazy Collectible. Space Jam.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
There's a sequel coming out, by the way.
Next year.
Which athlete is failing in their career right now that they need Looney Tunes?
Well, I mean,
no, they've had LeBron James ever. He's still in it. Like, they've already got the marketing going. Couple years too late, but hey. Oh, and we're getting a live animation hybrid of Tom and Jerry this year.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like Tom and Jerry didn't dig themselves. Like Tom and Jerry didn't dig themselves in the grave when they did.
They are using traditional hand-drawn animation for Tom.
So wait, just to be clear, because this is screwing with my head right now.
Okay.
The Tom and Jerry live-action hybrid. So they're going to look like the ones from the cartoons. It's not going to be like a photorealistic cat that stands up and fights a mouse.
No.
I almost want the bad one. Because just the visual of how bad that is, it's going to be like watching the Son of the Mask, where it's like, it's really hard to believe anybody thought this was a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, Taylor. It'll be okay. You never know.
Yeah.
Won't be.
You venture a pretty educated guess, though.
Hey, I'm always right.
And I'm thinking like the idea, giving Avatar a live action show. The movie has 100% on Rotten Tomatoes as certifiably rotten. Look, come on. Certifiably, it's 100% certifiably rotten.
Oh, okay. Good.
It's not fucking survival. It's like this bullshit where people are like, maybe the prequels weren't as bad as we remember. Oh yeah, now with Disney's trilogy, yeah, I guess technically the prequels aren't as bad as we all remember because it's apparently it could have been much worse. No, like the fact that it's like we had a huge Avatar film, a major motion picture directed by they didn't get like a nobody. Okay, it's not like they got like some no-name director, which is I think that's what they do with most of these movies, where it's like, do you really know half of these directors who like do these? Because like I think Taylor, you're the only one who told me where like out of the blue one day you were like, did you know that James Gunn wrote the Scooby-Doo movie? And I'm like, he did Guardians of the Galaxy. Huh.
Yeah,
That's weird.
Yeah, he did. He did both movies.
That's weird. That's like a weird tidbit you hear where it's just like, and they got James Gunn to write like Scooby-Doo. It's like the guy who's doing like the new Suicide Squad movie, the guy who did like those two really good Guardians of the Galaxies movie, the guy who did like all the Splatterhouse films for like Trauma. That's the guy that got to write Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
And you're just like, you don't think about it because you're like, that's just weird. But like, they got M. Night Shyamalan, who was huge at the time. That guy was setting out movies and getting like, blockbusters going with that stuff. And like, they tapped him. And it's like, we're gonna have him do like Avatar. That's a weird choice, but okay.
Yeah.
That's a weird choice, but okay. And then the movie comes out, possibly one of the worst adaptations ever done. And
Yeah.
it's like, you gotta think. Like, you guys really have to sit and think about this, okay? The Alvin and the Chipmunk movies got like five installments.
5.
Think about that. Those got 5 installments. Somehow, they got 5 installments. They got 2 Smurf films. Somehow, some way, they got 2 Smurf films. Just think about that. Think how bad and lame it is to watch those things. But they came out. Avatar, beloved animated series, was considered one of the top tier shows of the 2000.
Yeah.
Got a major motion picture, and despite how bad it did, there was talk. There was still talk for a while where it's like
They wanted to do a sequel.
Yeah. Because they hinted at Azula at the end of the movie.
Yeah, and they were going to do a sequel.
They were too. They were so gung ho. It's like, okay, it might have been shit, but we're ready to do a sequel, and that fell through. But they still felt confident enough to be like a couple of years down the road. Let's make a new Avatar cartoon.
Yeah. Literally 3 years. Or 2, literally a year came out. They're like, okay, let's production now.
So like, and that's the thing where it's like, I totally get what Patricia was saying, where it's like, that fear as like a business, you're afraid because you don't want to lose money. I get it, because the truth is, and nobody ever wants to admit it, there is no artistic integrity in the film industry. It's about business first. Integrity comes maybe in the top 5.
So it's the last thing.
It really is, because like nobody who worked on like Frozen really cared about like, oh, think of the touchstone this could be for young women out there. The first idea is, okay, we need to make this. It can be marketable, because let's be honest, the money doesn't necessarily come from the movie, it comes from like toy deals.
Yeah.
That's where the real, again, not to blow like Mel Brooks, but like Spaceballs. Merchandising, where the real money from the movies is made.
I mean, like, yeah. I mean, why do you think that Cartoon Network, did all those tax write-offs for shows that didn't do well when it came to soy sales?
I mean, dude, like Megas XLR, there was a business thing they ended up doing where, I don't know the full details, but I did talk to one of the co-creators, and they flat out told me it's like, basically, through some legal gobbledygook, which he didn't go into the details, but basically through legal gobbledygook, they wrote the show off as like a failure. So they got like a tax write-off for Megas XLR just existing, but because of that, they can never release a home DVD of Megas XLR, despite that it's a show that, from my understanding, from everybody I've talked to who's actually watched the show, it seems unanimous that people loved it.
Yeah. I mean, like, let's talk about the other ones that have been tax write-offs. Generator Rex. Beware the Batman was also a tax write-off.
Oh, well, that show sucked.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, I mean, yes, on paper it kind of sucked, but
look, dude. One of the producers on that show came out and said in an interview, he's like, "We're gonna make a show better than Batman the Animated Series." Oh, so slow your roll there, Junior. Don't get too ahead of yourselves.
It was okay. I think it just got hate because you know. It was trying to be something that we didn't need at the time, but it's okay.
According to them, it was something we needed at the time, because that's exactly what Batmite was at the end of Brave and the Bold. Batman can't be funny, goofy anymore. Batman needs to be a miserable cuck. I
mean, that is very true. I mean, you remember the hate that Brave and the Bold got when it first came out, because everybody was just so... Because everybody, you have to remember that it was at a time in which when the Nolan movies were so popular, and this came out around the same time, like at least like around shortly after Dark Knight Rises, and we were getting used to a serious Batman. So you have a series where it's like akin to like the '60s Adam West. Everybody hated it. I remember the massive hate that this show had gotten. It's like, why are you treating Batman like a goofy character? Who, why is Aquaman in there? Nobody cares about Aquaman. It's like, who are the rest of these characters? Who's Blue Beetle? Who's Calendar Man? Who's, these characters? Like, nobody cares about them. It's like, this Batman sucks.
I could vouch for what Patricia's saying, because I was one of those assholes. That show came out, and I was like, nope.
I cannot, because I was there. I supported that show. Even after all the hate. And the joke was on them.
After season 1.
Yeah, the joke was on those assholes because it got renewed for 2 more seasons, so take that.
And hands down, and no lie, hand on the Holy Bible proof, I think it's better than Batman the Animated Series. I enjoy it way more. I enjoy watching Brave and the Bold way more than Batman TAS.
It's very fun, I have to say.
It is. Great Aquaman. You introduce characters of minority like Blue Beetle. People forget Jaime's Hispanic. Like people keep forgetting that. Where it's like, Jaime's a Hispanic kid, right? Like it's kind of a big deal that he gets any notice at all, because you don't really see Hispanic superheroes.
Right.
Yeah.
And they had like fantastic appearances with like Black Canary, and you have like amazing actors portraying in there. Like Neil Patrick Harris's portrayal in his episode was amazing, by the way, and I really liked. It was great, and I really liked the way that they told Batman's origin story about how Bruce Wayne was this spoiled brat, and he didn't really appreciate his parents until they were murdered.
I love how heavy-handed it is. That's why I think it's funny. Where it's like, it's on Christmas. His dad gives him a nutcracker, and it's like a family heirloom. And he's like, I didn't want this. I wanted that detective set. And he throws it against the wall. So they take him to the movies because he's being a little shit.
Yeah.
And he gets shot in the alley.
Oh yeah, and yeah, it's like, I know we didn't get you the present you wanted, but hey, I think it would be the next best thing.
The only way that could be better is like, I was a little shit, and I destroyed my family heirloom, and my parents did because Kenny was passed away. I backed over Ace the Bat Hound on the way over to pick you up after your parents were shot dead. Riddle, dog. It sucks being Batman. Da-na-na-na-na. And then just cut to the symbol of the sky. Yes. Don't get me wrong. I like it because it makes Bruce more real as a person. Because the idea of like, he was a perfect little boy. And it's like, no, man, he grew up in a privileged house. He probably needed a little for crying out loud.
Why do you think he left Gotham for 12 fucking years? Or however long he left. It's like,
by the way, that's the thing though. Like, how come we haven't had like this invalidation of animation? And yeah, I guess we're going long-winded with our discussion, but this is generally fascinating to talk about. Is like, we're starting to see animation kind of grow again. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, where it's like,
I have.
Because Warner Brothers used to do animation because we had like Iron Giant, but then they kind of just stopped.
Well, I mean, like they had like box office failure after box office failure after box office failure.
Dude,
Like
the 2007 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that was under them, and yet somehow.
Like my only criticism for that movie, I kind of wish we maybe saw Foot Clan actually as the Krang, just something a little bit more familiar. I don't have the criticism everyone else did, where it's like, oh, what, they're fighting like interdimensional demons. Dude, did you ever watch the cartoon show? Krang was from another dimension. Like,
Yeah, no. Well, no, yeah, you're right. It's like animation movies by certain studios were just. They were destined to flop, and they really put a lot of effort into these things. But now, all of a sudden, it's starting to make a comeback, and I think everybody's going to attribute that to Disney and their fucking countless Oscar-winning animated films.
We beat Klaus. You shouldn't.
Oh God!
You flat out shouldn't.
It's okay, Tim. It's okay. We'll get through this.
No, it won't. That's what the drinking's for.
I wish we did. I wish I went to Japan, because at least there they give a shit about art.
Well, and it's not even about art, but like think about this. Between the stigma over here when it comes to like animation, like some people I know won't even watch Avatar on the grounds of like, so it's a cartoon, and it's like,
what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Well, if it's cartoon, it's not valid storytelling. And then you have like, you know what always gets me is the anime fans. The anime fans always get me the most when it comes to Avatar, because I think my favorite one's like, first off, there's always the dumb one. Oh, it's not real anime. First off, shut up. That's not a thing. There's no such thing as real anime. Anime is just a cartoon. That's it.
Yeah, I guess it was like, if it's not from Japan, then that means it's garbage.
Right? No, because Japan never made shit.
Well,
Taylor, all those isekai we ended up binging over 2019, none of them were shit, right? Like, what was the one we watched with the Luchador where we were like, 3 episodes? This is pretty good. Tank. We're like, oh, we made a huge mistake. This show blows. We got to get off this train. And now we were in it. We sat through all of it and we're like, this blows.
Yeah,
like,
it was terrible.
It's just weird. And that's the thing. There's stigma all over the place from the West, where it's like, if it's a cartoon, it's not validated. The Western otaku community, that's not real anime. Okay?
And this one has to be my favorite. For the Western thing. You remember when Sausage Party was coming out?
Oh, yes. How could I forget?
So here's the thing. I remember when Sausage Party was coming out, and everybody was like, kind of excited about it. It's like, oh, finally, a rated R animated movie. Finally, we can actually take animation more seriously, because now they're gearing towards adults. I'm not making this. I'm not making this up, by the way.
Sausage, say fuck. I finally feel validated as an adult who watches cartoons, but I also have like a really small dick, so I don't want to like feel bad. But if the sausage says fuck, then I'm gonna feel like a man. Have you checked out Castlevania on Netflix? No. It looks like that anime shit that I don't like.
I actually do. I do know people who are like that. I'm not even joking.
Patricia, we all know people like that. For some of us, if you're like me, you were that person for a while in your life.
Sure. Sure.
Because again, Brave of the Bold, that shit came out. Wow, this sucks. And then I remember exactly when I turned. I remember watching the episode where the Earth 3 counterparts came over, and Batman teams up with the Red Hood. And they have that brief moment where the Red Hood looks at Batman and he says, I have to warn you, I'm not much to look at. And he takes off his helmet, and you don't see it. It's in a silhouette. And I'm like, oh, he looks like Joker. Because the Red Hood was Joker. And then he looks at Batman and says, I hope my counterpart on your Earth will help you in your fight against crime like I was able to. And Batman just goes, somehow I really doubt that. And then the following episode, get to see the Joker, and that's when I fell in love. Call me Harley Quinn because I was a bitch for that clown. I was so smitten the moment he showed up, and it's Jeff Bennett doing that voice. And I was like, oh, so the show's just like fun.
Yes.
Oh my god. And I finally reached that point where it's like, I'm really sick of overly dark shit, especially with Batman, where like they've gone so far with Batman's villains where it's like most Batman villains now are you're either a serial killer or you're a rapist or you're a cannibal. You're always like the most horrible of horrible. And then I started watching the show and it's like, what does the Joker do? He just pulls off capers. He must gives people smiles and just goofy shit like that. And it's like, it's such a breath of fresh air. Because after Ledger, everyone's like, that's what he needs to be. He's just a murder people. But he's not really a clown anymore. Murder people. The clown part, the fun and the whimsy. The Joker's not a fun character. He's called the Joker. It's in the title.
Yeah. And I think that, when Batmite would be breaking the fourth wall, talking about like how the fan base just didn't like this incarnation of Batman, about how it wasn't treated as seriously. He just basically harpooned that. And I thought it was brilliant.
He was so calling me out.
Yeah.
That fifth dimensional bastard was calling me out where it's like, just because it's a different iteration of the Cape Crusader doesn't make it any less validated.
Yeah, and when the episode in which they went over to that convention, and where the Batman fans were kind of like bringing in their complaints, and Batman was like reading through them. I thought that was just like genius. And then like in the last episode where he was like looking through memorabilia, it's like, oh yeah, I remember from this one. It's like, let's not talk about it. Oh, and this was from the best episode because everybody loved it that much because it was dark and gritty and all that stuff. So yeah, I thought it was just phenomenal.
That is such the Batman fan base I've interacted with, where it's like,
me too.
It's not dark and miserable and sad, then you're not a real Batman fan. But then if you ask those Batman fans, it's like, what do you like about Bruce Wayne? He's got the cool car and like the cape and the gadget. I asked what do you like about the person, not the peripherals around the thing. It's like everyone. Ben Affleck was such a good Batman. Oh yeah, what'd you like about his Bruce Wayne? Oh, that fight scene was so cool. It was like right out of the video games I played. That's nothing. That's aesthetic. What do you like about the person as Bruce Wayne as a human being? Because that's the key to. That's why Avatar works. They all feel like real people.
They do.
There's a person in the only person that kind of feels weird is Boomy, because Boomy feels like a weird cartoon character, but I love him all the same.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, there's a lot of crazy old people out there in that world,
Like, crazy old people exist.
Yeah, they do.
I just think, like, it sucks that animation gets treated so shamelessly over here. And meanwhile, you go over, like, Japan, and it's like, you could watch something like Pokemon, and that's for, like, little children. But then, this is the same country, it's like, hey, Death Note. And it's like, Death Note is not just some goofy, like, it's a goofy show about a guy who writes in a book and kills people. No, man, there's all sorts of, like, moral quandaries of whether having is right or wrong, or, like, does this power corrupt you? If this power was given to a better person, would the end result be different? It actually dives into fascinating stuff.
It does, actually. And I recently read through the one-shot manga, where they...
Oh, it's so good.
It is really good.
Were they running to Donald Trump?
Yes! Donald Trump gets the Death Note.
I'm not going to take it, but I'll tell. But as America, we will tell everyone that we have it. Oh, that sounds exactly like what he would say. It's like he would go out there. We have all the warheads. What about the other countries that have warheads? We have all the warheads. There's no proof that you can indicate that we actually have all the warheads.
Yeah, and the fact that their anime had been adapted into live action is nothing new. They've done that a lot.
Oh yeah, Bleach, Dragon Ball. Even actually, there was a Chinese live action adaptation that nobody talks about.
Yeah,
there was a trilogy live action adaptation of Ronori Kenshin. Like a literal live action.
That one's getting a new one right now. Like there's a new one coming out too.
Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist has had one.
That looked weird. That looked weird to me because like I'm not blaming this on the studio, but it's really weird where it's like, Edward Elric, why is he Japanese? I thought he was like German.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like in the context of in-universe, it's like, okay, he's not really in Germany, but he's basically like the blonde hair and everything. Like, he's clearly meant to be like a German kid or maybe like Swiss or something, the European area. And then like the movie comes out, it's like Japanese kid, and it's like, that just looks weird.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually an interesting question since we're going over like Netflix and all that stuff. Crazy Collectibles was asking, what do you guys predict for the future of TV channels? Will everything be streamed from now on? Do you think, and that's actually interesting because I know that I was talking to somebody the other day regarding about like streaming sites, because I mean, like when it comes to shows, it's like, you know, you have to deal with a lot of corporate meddling. You don't get a lot of creative freedom. I mean, even with movies, if you want to pitch something, like it's very, very hard to get your stuff accepted.
How many movies change? So Taylor and I had this conversation actually because we're working on a list for Blue Sky movies, and we were talking about Epic.
Yeah. Sure.
And that's based off of a book by William Joyce. He's the guy who created Rise of the Guardians.
Yep.
Created a book series that was adapted, barely adapted into. The point is, he's a very prolific writer, and his stuff gets adapted. His story, The Leaf Men, is the foundation for what Epic was supposed to be. And we were reading behind the scenes stuff, and it was just like the head writer was like, we wanted to adapt that story, but we thought his story was too quaint, so we really changed a good majority of it. And I was like, well, why are you even paying then for like the adaptation rights? And then they were like, we also changed the title. And it's like, that's nothing though. That's a nothing title. It's like the Birds of Prey situation where it's technically a Harley Quinn movie. Instead of calling just the movie Harley Quinn, they call the movie The Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn. And then it does shit. So then they change it to Harley Quinn and the Birds of Prey. And by now, no one even gives a fuck.
Yeah, it's kind of like similar to what they did for, Live, Die, Repeat. And then they change it over from, to Edge of Tomorrow or something. You know, the Tom Cruise movie.
They both sound weird. They both have weird sounding titles. They both sound like James Bond movies, too.
Yeah, and it was based off of a manga, too.
Really?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Oh. I wonder if the manga's any good.
Yeah, it's like, oh, heaven forbid, we have a manga, we're going to adapt it into, like, a movie. It's like, oh, no, we can't have it said, like, oh, it's based off of this movie. It's like, no, of course not. We can't. I guess maybe that's why Battle Angel Alita didn't do very well.
Oh, I mean, there's probably a lot of reasons. I still argue she looked weird. And that's not a slight against the movie. I get that she had the big anime googly eyes in the manga, but it looks fucking weird when you translate that to life. Especially because she's like the only one like that. Like, no one else has big anime eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It's specifically just her, and when you look at it, it's just like, oh. It's like the Sonic movie. When you get that first image of Sonic, and it's like, this is what we're going with. We changed it, now it looks like the game. Oh, I don't care anymore. My first response was,
Yeah.
That's it. You got one shot.
Right. Yep. Anyway, answering your question, Crazy Collectibles, about streaming sites and the future of television. I think that, more people are going to be leaning over towards streaming sites because they're taking a lot more risks than television is. It's like, they tend to be a little bit more risk-taking. They are doing some things that that it would never air on TV ordinarily. Like, would you have ever imagined Castlevania being on TV?
Hell no.
Only in the sense that, like, I watched Captain N, but mind you, in that, Simon Belmont for some reason looked like an aviator, and Dracula looked like Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber.
Right.
Yeah.
So, do I think it would be like what Castlevania is now? No.
No.
It's like when you get something like, say, Afro Samurai. Afro Samurai was kind of a miracle it happened. It was so expensive to make. What was it, Rich? I think we looked it up at one point. It was like a couple million an episode or something.
Yeah, a couple million.
Yeah, and they had Sam Jackson on it, so that cost them out the ass too. You had I think the first season was 6 episodes.
Yep, 6 episodes.
And it was expensive to make, so when they went the second season, they just said, just make it a movie.
Yes.
In the long run, it's better if we make it a movie instead of a series. And Afro Samurai happening is a miracle. It's a crapshoot because like adult animated shows, yeah, sure, we have Adult Swim, but let's be honest, Adult Swim definitely has a market, and it seemingly seems to be the kind of stoner-esque, late night kind of crowd. It doesn't really seem like they're not creating shows like Castlevania.
No, and I think the reason why is because when Adult Swim first started off, I mean, like, it was the guy who ran it the first time, Mike Lazo. Essentially, like, the stigma is like, we don't really need a lot of money to do like adult cartoons, because it's like, let's just do it all in Flash. That's what I mean. Essentially, that's what it was. It's like, adult cartoons don't really have to have like a complex story or good animation. It just needs to be like edgy. And, it doesn't really matter what the animation looks like, as long as, we can be able to put it out. And like, get the stigma for like kids cartoons, like it has to be like loud and cartoony and over the top. And I think that stigma stuck for a while, especially, I guess it kind of like, I guess when they started, they saved Futurama and Family Guy from being just like one shots. And then it's like, the reputation started kind of like building up ever since. I remember a few years ago when, if you're familiar with the YouTube series of Fox from Space, Frederick Fox had created like an animated series based off of Star Fox, where it had like this aesthetic, like it was released like around the 1970s. I think I remember that some person shared it on Twitter. It's like, what would it be like if this show would be on Adult Swim? They give this guy a budget and a team, and it would look so amazing. And then they just looked at it and they were like, man, this thing is way too nerdy for us.
I'm trying to think like because when they Adult Swim, I think they have to be shows where it's like, you have to have shows that probably couldn't thrive anywhere else. Like Star Fox, you can find an audience for that easy. That's a toy right there. It's anthropomorphic animals in spaceships. It's literally Star Wars meets Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yes.
Like that's perfect for kids. But shows like Venture Brothers, because here's the thing. When it comes to like especially R-rated material, and this actually is great because this does kind of tie back to like the Bird Prey movie. When you make an R-rated film, you've already locked off behind a paywall certain ages who aren't going to be able to watch this movie. And a lot of adults aren't really as enamored with Harley Quinn as like teenage girls.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of teenage girls are like, she's such a strong female because she got out of an abusive relationship. Mind you, she's also a serial killer who murders children, so she's not remotely at all different like her boyfriend, who's also a serial killer who kills children. But there's that illusion where like she's somehow a strong female character, but only for teenagers. Well, it's R-rated. Teenagers, you can't see R-rated movies, not unless you're like 18. So you've already now blocked it. But with Netflix, damn, man, as long as you got a Netflix account, you can watch whatever the hell you want.
Right.
Yeah. My Netflix history is so confused because my Netflix is like, I want to recommend something for you. Well, this guy likes Castlevania and My Little Pony and Hilda. I don't know what to recommend to you. The reboot of Reboot. I don't want to watch that crap. I'm just trying to make you happy. I think the beauty about streaming is, first off, there's convenience. We live in a very busy age now. We have to work. That's just unless you're like, if you're very fortunate and you could work from home, you have to put in the hours. So watching stuff on television is hard. Like, yeah, you could get like a TiVo or something like that, but that's still not really convenient. Not nearly as much as compared to I slip a streaming service like $10 a month. I sit down, I log in, and I have access to a library of content.
Yes.
I have access to a library of content I could never hope to touch because of how much content is on there. But you can watch it at your leisure. So you could watch like an episode here, an episode there. And those shows will likely those shows I think have more opportunity to find their audiences through than they would through television. Like Castlevania. What network would you even put that on? Maybe Adult Swim would say yes. Maybe it looks like anime, so maybe that's enough.
Yeah.
But like in reality, where would you shop some of these shows? Because you have to think too, like Nickelodeon, I don't think even does any kind of adult animation. I mean, do they even still do Nick at Night?
They do Nick at Night, but they don't really do like adult animated shows. I mean, I think the last time that they did like that was like that. What was it, like that stop motion cartoon?
Oh yeah, with the dentist.
Yeah, the dentist one. And then there was like then there's the Bill Cosby one.
Yeah, that probably aged well. Like, imagine Nick at Night, right? Imagine now, they need some shows that are for a older audience. We don't have to go ultra R-rated, but I'm just saying, like, we can have animated shows that are for a slightly more older audience. Imagine Danny Phantom, but with the kind of storytelling and animation of Bleach.
That would be awesome.
Imagine that. Like, he's fighting like Skulker. You could do a Hunter story. You know, Ember, she actually has a full song. You could listen through it like on YouTube, where she sings about like going home and getting sick and burned to death in her house. But when the show came out, they edited the fudge out of that song's lyrics.
Yeah.
You can't ever sing about burning to death in her house. But you could explore so much. And that's the thing. It's not that like, oh, adult animation means it's superior. Hell no. And Rich will attest to this when he and I have talked about the DC animated movies. The more adult they've gotten, the less fun they've gotten to watch, like watching them. Like, with the exception of the Ninja Turtle one, where Rich and I are still out on who the audience was. Because it's got the goofiness of Ninja Turtles, where it's like multiple colored masks, and we fight the ninjas in the Foot Clan. And then it's got like Rachel Gould beheading people.
It's got the seriousness of Batman mixed with goofiness from Brave and the Bold. Got the goofiness of Turtles, the seriousness.
There's a scene where Joker and Harley, who are mutated as a cobra and a hyena, there's a part where they look at each other and they start Frenching, and you see their tongues just slapping each other's tongue. I remember sitting there like with Rich. I'm like, Rich, who is this for? I don't even know if it's for me, and I'm a weirdo.
And then I check, and I'm like, it says it's PG-13.
I don't know what our parents letting their kids watch. What? And that's the thing, though. I think streaming is the benefit of you have convenience, and because you don't have to sell it to, like, basically sponsors, because that's the thing, it's like, Teen Titans Go, that's easy to make money. That's just a toy commercial. Almost any Transformer cartoon, for that matter, is like, that's easy. That's easy to make it. I mean, look, Michael Bay makes some of the most sexist, misogynistic pieces of crap, and that dude had, like, what, 6 films?
Yes.
5.
But there was going to be a 6th film.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you're talking about, like, you know, general films, like, he's directed a lot of, yes, he's done more films.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, if you think about it, even those films, like, the Transformer film that has, like, Megan Fox straddling Bumblebee, that got toys. It doesn't make any logical reason how you like even those kids, because that's what Transformers is for. You know, it's like Man of Steel. How do you sell a project like that? Because like, Superman is a hero made for children, and children like toys, specifically like action figures. What are you gonna? How do you sell a Man of Steel action figure to a kid? Hey, Billy, he's gonna fly right through a building.
Yeah.
Like, no sense of morality for anybody or humans whatsoever. And it's like the Suicide Squad movie. Who's that made for? And you can't do like R-rated shows on mainstream television all that much, because like who do you sell it to? Like Stripperella, that old Stan Lee show where the stripper was a super. Don't get me wrong, it's a goofy ass show. I love it, but like I think it shows like Stripperella. How do you sell that? Gary the Rat. I don't know if anyone remembers that show where like Kelsey Grammer played a dude like a lawyer who one day wakes up and he's just a rat.
Yeah.
Who do you sell that to? But on Netflix will say almost yes to any pitch.
Yeah, that's true.
You want to pitch a fully woke version of She-Ra? You can't put that on TV because nobody's gonna put it on Netflix though. Somebody will watch it.
Yeah. Oh, and the Carmen Sandiego animated series is like.
Oh my God, Taylor and I discovered that by accident. We were like, oh, this is really good.
It is really good. I'm surprised that not a lot of people talk about it. I'm planning on revitalizing the Carmen Sandiego retrospective that I didn't finish 5 years ago. But you know, it's like I'm actually kind of glad I didn't finish it, because now I actually get to, you know, reevaluate all of the stuff again. So I'm really happy.
Let us know if you need help on that, because we keep catching a lot of things. A majority of that Carmen Sandiego news show is taking the old point-and-click adventure games and just slightly skewing the ideas.
I mean, that's essentially what it is. It's essentially a huge love letter to that, and as well as we're on Earth, we're in the world, we're in time. Like if you would catch like so many references there.
And that's the thing is like I think Rich and I had this conversation about like He-Man. There's going to be a He-Man continuation show. Yeah, that's going to be on Netflix. Then there's going to be a new He-Man show because I guess they're pissed at She-Ra or something. Because I did hear about that too, where like this toy company was angry at the She-Ra people, so they're not making She-Ra toys, but they're making She-Ra toys now of the She-Ra from the 80s.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It's very weird and very spiteful.
And then finally, Netflix is going to be handling the live action remake of Masters of the Universe because Sony gave up on it. They're like, here.
Thank God.
Yeah, Sony was like, here, take it.
I feel like that old man from Waterworld where he's in some ship filled with oil, and then like that match comes down and he just goes, oh, thank God, and he dies because all the oil ignites and he gets like engulfed in flames and dies. I think of that where it's like, Sony, I let this project fall through. Oh, thank God. I don't have to live in a world where Sony does a horrible job on something I like. Like He-Man or Popeye.
Right.
I think that's the thing. Streaming service is beneficial to us. It's got the convenience. It's got the like. Well, let's be honest. How would you sell BoJack Horseman to a studio like for network television? It's a show about depression and how like a guy's a miserable fuck and hates his life. Also, he's a horse.
Yeah, you can't.
No. Like you can't even sell it to Adult Swim because the Adult Swim audience is like, I watch Cowboy Bebop. And that's pretty much it because they always keep that on there for whatever reason. Cowboy Bebop is like the one anime for forever will be on there. Yeah, ironically enough, live action Cowboy Bebop show going to be on the streaming service.
Oh yeah, right. Exactly. Well, I think the other thing about streaming services that are more convenient is you get the power to bring back a show or something that was unjustifiably kicked off the network or something that didn't get finished. As soon as it goes on Netflix, people can binge watch it to death, and Netflix will just look at them like, hey, take a look at this. Oh, wow, we're really getting ratings off of this. Maybe we should ask if people want to see a continuation of this. And, okay.
Look how much Universal's been thriving.
Exactly.
Like, how many of their stuff gets a show and it's put on that streaming service? That lasts a good long while. 2 or 3 seasons. I mean, what's something to study? Like, what's the one with the dragons that everybody loved so much?
Oh, How to Train Your Dragon.
How to Train Your Dragon. Like, it's got like a thriving show. It's got like a spin-off kids show, I think, where like little kids get like their own dragons too. Yeah. Peabody and Sherman had a show on there for a while.
Yeah, like DreamWorks, they use in recent years they had so many of their movies turn into shows. The Croods, Puss in Boots, Penguins of Madagascar, Peabody and Sherman, Boss Baby, and
did they do Rocky and Bullwinkle? Did that ever get a revival?
Yes, but it's on Amazon.
Yep. Oh, okay. Well, talking about streaming services, never pitch your shit to Amazon. Just don't do it. No one gets an Amazon. If you're like me, why do you get an Amazon Prime account? I get it so I can get shit fast. That is it. I do not get an Amazon Prime account because it's like, oh, Rich, you know what I'd love to watch? A reboot of The Tick. And by the way, Rich and I, we can love The Tick reboot. And even we're like, why was this on Amazon? Why wasn't this on Netflix? It's funny because like DC, who keeps screwing up their own streaming service, because now we have to talk about like the incompetence of streaming services. DC Universe, they got one good show, Harley Quinn. After that, you have Titans. That is dramatically split between utterly hating it to, it's not as big a turn as I thought it would be after they changed everything. It's not a really good show if they had to change everything to finally get appeal, like 3 seasons after the fact. You have, then they threw up a bunch of their old stuff, which is at least that's kind of nice. I mean, yeah. But if you're like me, where it's like they have Batman Brave and the Bold, Batman Brave and the Bold, I own it. They have the Batman, I own it. Batman Beyond, I own that too. Superman TAS, own it. Batman TAS, own it. Justice League, own it.
We have the '60s Aquaman cartoon remaster.
No one gives a fuck. No one. I guarantee you, no modern kid is like burning through their pants. Oh my God, Aquaman from the '60s. Look, it's miraculous alone that they made a Aquaman movie now, and it made $1 billion.
Yeah, if you remember, like like a few years ago, I think I remember seeing like this Facebook video about like this little kid who goes to the toy store with his dad, and his dad pulls out an Aquaman toy, and he's like, "No, I don't want it."
Yeah, because and here's the thing, I love Aquaman. He's a very cool superhero. There's a very big stigma thanks to Super Friends, but the thing is, like the DC streaming service, they have nothing to really show for it. So much so, and Rich and I had this conversation. When their animated movies come out yearly, they're not on the streaming service first.
No, they're out on the same day as the physical release.
It should be on the streaming service. Like that should be part of your incentive. And that's the thing, you need an incentive. The beauty about Netflix is a double-edged sword because it really is like an open sluice gate where it's like Netflix will say yes to anything. If Taylor wanted to pitch a show about a moose that eats peanut butter, Netflix would be like, "Oh, Mr. Wyatt, we'll give you 13 episodes." Yes.
Well, we're not gonna make it like. We're not comparing it to like something as incredibly lenient as like what Steam Greenlight was.
Oh, shit. So, Steam Greenlight. I mean, the funny thing about Steam Greenlight is they didn't even say yes to things. Like things just got approved without people checking whatever the hell it was anyone was pitching. In the very least, in Netflix, you have to make like a legitimate pitch, and maybe you'll get like a yes or a no. Steam Greenlight, you just like walk in a room and just be like, "It's up."
True.
So you don't even know what this thing is I put out. I don't care. It can be the most racist, xenophobic, homophobic, misogynistic thing imaginable, and it'll be up there. And it'll be up there for months before, like, finally. Oh Christ! Do we have a game that's literally just about shooting gay people? Yeah, don't you like check your stuff before you like release it? Oh no! That's like under your brand now, right? That's a Steam property. Imagine if like Nintendo worked like that. And mind you, Nintendo is so paranoid about their crap that after like the live action Super Mario Brothers movie, like Miyamoto was like, "We are never, ever going to deal with Hollywood ever again when it comes to our stuff." And only just now are they like going to like, do you think you cannot screw up? Maybe make a Mario movie?
Yeah, but they give it to Illumination of all things.
But Patricia, the bare minimum, it's going to be a good toy commercial. That's the thing. Illumination is their toys, and sometimes there's a good movie. I, for one, love The Grinch. I know like nobody else does, like Taylor does, but like I love The Grinch. I love the new Grinch. I think it's fantastic. I don't think it's better than the Chuck Jones one. I don't think it's better than the Jim Carrey one. It's just a version that I love. And that's another thing we all have to learn. We all need to stop being like it's competition to like stuff.
Yeah, I do agree.
Like you could like 80s She-Ra, and you can even like the new She-Ra.
Mm-hmm.
There's no god up in the sky that'll smite you with a thunderbolt if it's like, "Oh, well, Rich, I like the 2000 He-Man, but not 80s He-Man." How dare you? And like Zeus, he strikes me with a thunderbolt and kills him. And it's like, oh, I guess you can't like multiple things or one over the other. And the thing is with like the streaming service angle that we have is that you have Amazon where it's like they're not famous for anything. Like Netflix is famous for variety. You can find all sorts of shows. You could find shows for kids. You can find shows for adults. You can find animated shows for kids. You can find animated shows for adults. You could go over to the Disney app. Was it Disney Plus?
Yeah.
Horrible name. You can go to Disney Plus. I know a lot of shit. Not everything, because they still have contracts they have to like try and put like with Netflix. So like, you can get, like,
yeah, but at least they have something. Here's the thing: if you remember recently that Viacom CBS merged, and then there was like the whole Netflix deal with Nickelodeon, and they still haven't put up glitch text yet.
No, I'm trying to think like, CBS, what did they own? What was like their pop culture claim to fame?
I mean, like, let's see. Like, they had the Muppet Babies. They had
Well, with Disney now, who knows what you have to even do things.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of the problem with Netflix is like how many people kept pulling out of that streaming service, and it was like, Disney, we're gonna take our chores and go home. And honestly, I love that happened. I love Disney was stupid and greedy enough to be like, we're gonna have our own streaming service because we're Disney and we can do no wrong. And Netflix was like, oh, we lost so much stuff. What do? We create.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Because the art comes from adversity. So now you got shows like Hilda. I don't think Hilda would have ever happened because it's from a small indie comic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people don't know that. Hilda is a comic book. It's a graphic novel series by Luke Pearson. No one knew what that was. What was the one you and I watched? The Apocalypse? The really fucking kind of dark cartoon?
Last Kids on Earth.
Last Kids on Earth. That's a like indie graphic novel. That got picked up for a Netflix show. How cool is that?
It's cool.
Netflix has opened up a haven where like Patricia could create a webcomic. That webcomic could get greenlit for an animated series. Or Rich could create a graphic novel, and that could be picked up for a movie. That's the beauty about something like that. Like, Netflix will almost never say no. That's not inherently good. It's not inherently bad either, because there's the potential of, like, they could do some amazing stuff there. I think their big problem is that they need to compete in the superhero world. Because if you think about it, DC has so much stuff. In theory, they're probably not going to adapt maybe like 5% of it. They'll adapt that, which is probably going to be pretty much Batman. But like DC has the potential to create all sorts of manner of shows and products because they have endless characters. They have Warner Brothers owns a massive library of all these properties that's been around since like the 1930s. Now they only focus on Batman, but they still have the potential. They probably won't scrap it, but they have the potential. Marvel, on the other hand, is with Disney. They're going for it. They're making stuff. They're going to make a Moon Girl show. I heard that's in the works. I heard that like there's going to be a Miss Marvel, that cool little Muslim girl, Kamala Khan. She's getting her own show now on there. They're giving Vision and Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, they're getting a show. There's so much potential with like that kind of streaming show. But that's the thing. They each have gimmicks. Like you go to Disney Plus, you're going to get Marvel stuff, Star Wars stuff, Disney stuff, and that includes like Pixar stuff. That includes Fox stuff now. Because they own The Simpsons,
right?
So like you have that potential there. Over on Warner Brothers, theoretically, they should have just created a Warner Brothers streaming service, not specifically DC. But now they have HBO Max, so they're probably just gonna. I would wager a couple of years, DC streaming service will probably just be canceled. They'll probably just shut that down, fold it into HBO, and make that one consolidated thing, because it just makes more sense. Because DC, the idea that they were like, we created a DC streaming service, that's such a small audience though. Like people, like it's not like people like me and Richard who, you know, we read funny books because we're fucking nerds. Yeah, but like the common man's like, I like Batman, awesome. So you've like read Batman? No, man, I like that Tim Burton movie.
You're not a Batman fan. Get out of my house.
Like, you know Batman on like this tiny corner of like, you haven't even scratched the surface of like what's out there for Batman as a character. If your extent is like, I like him in the movies. Oh, there's cool stories you can read about Batman. And that's the problem with the DC streaming service is like, it's Warner Brothers. They own so many films and so many products. They could have done a mini series through HBO Max and do that for Stephen King's It. Instead of doing it as just 2 movies, you could have done a elongated series of like these kids dealing with Pennywise, and instead they were like, 2 movies, that's it.
Yeah. Oh, apparently Glitch Text came out today, so yes, thank you, Crazy Collectibles. It only took about 4 years, but hey, it's out.
So what is that? Is that another streaming service?
No. Glitch Text is a new Nickelodeon animated series, but created by Eric Robles, and apparently, it was originally supposed to air on TV, but now they decided to make it a Netflix exclusive to kind of like branch out on the fact that, hey, we're gonna have some of our Nickelodeon shows on Netflix.
Yeah, and I think that's beneficial because it's like, I don't see any logic to paying for a streaming service that is very specific to content, where it's like, I like the Harley Quinn show, I don't think there's any reason to pay for PC streaming service. That's like you get like one show you really want to watch, and then you have nothing else. I feel the same way about the Disney one too, where it's like, well, I mean, if Disney makes something I like, I just buy a DVD. And unless you're getting rid of physical media altogether, which if you did, you'd get a huge backlash. So I wouldn't recommend that business prospect.
Yeah.
And if Disney makes something I like, I'll just go pick it up on DVD, and that's it. Like, I don't see the point of, like, it's like, but look at all this Disney stuff you can get. You could probably just, like, buy most of that stuff, like, like, the thing that sucks with the Disney one is where it's, like, things that you can't get anywhere else. Like, Taylor and I really love Three Caballeros.
Yep.
You're only going to get that damn show if you get that stupid streaming service or lived in, like, Portugal or whatever the hell, because that show didn't get released overseas first. Like, it got released somewhere else that wasn't released in America, even though, like, Donald Duck is like a staple of American culture.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, we created this show with Donald Duck. He's like one of the Trinity of Disney. Oh, where's that show? It's like in Portugal. Why isn't that released over here in the West? We thought no one would be interested. You make an action adventure show with Donald Duck.
Yeah. Sounds like
it's and that's the thing is that streaming services, it has to come down to, I think they are the best choice because I think TV's kind of, it'll always be around. It's inevitable. 24-hour news cycle and stuff like that, it'll always be around. I mean, as Cartoon Network clearly indicated, they still work like they're in the dinosaur age, where it's like, you have to make shows that make toys. Just make shows that are good, and then the toys will follow. And then they're like, excuse me, we made the 2011 Thundercats. That didn't make us any money. Did you market it properly? Did you make sure it was like reaching the right audience? And then when they have shows that are successful, because they had a live action show that Paul Dini worked on, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it was called, but he worked on a live action show on there, and it was really popular with young girls, but not young boys. And the studio hated that because they wanted the boy demographic because they believed that's where the money was.
Yeah, that's not too much of a surprise. I mean, when I did my video on Cyber 6 discussing about like why it didn't really click well with audiences, one of the things that I did research on was like, you know, around the late 90s, it's like if you don't have a show that can cater towards teenage boys, then it's not going to do very well. Like, you know, there was a show called Generation O that was like a Canadian show that was being aired in America. It's like, oh, it's a show that had a female protagonist. You know, the girls would watch it, but the boys wouldn't watch it. So, yeah, that mentality is not too surprising.
So, see, Cyber 6, there's an interesting one. Italian comic gets adapted into a cartoon show.
Mm-hmm.
That's really fascinating that somehow found its way to mainstream television, because that was on like Fox Kids, wasn't it?
Yes.
Like, that's impressive, but that seems that kind of property sounds like it would be so niche. Like, I bet if you took Cyber 6 now and you redid it, you know, new fresh animation, came back to it, I bet if you threw that up on Netflix, oh man, I bet the woke culture would love the f- out of it.
Oh, they would love it.
It's a chick, but the cross-dressing and the possibly gay. Holy fucking woke culture would cream their jeans so hard about the idea of this. That show was so fucking woke in like 1999.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I think I even said it in my video that if it would have aired on, you know, Adult Swim or Cartoon Network or something like that, I think it would have done a lot better.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too. It comes down to placement, where it's like, Fox Kids had all sorts of crap on there. You had good stuff like Cyber 6. You also had Incubics.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like it came out at a weird time too, because I saw the schedule for Cyber 6, and it came out on 8:30 a.m. on Saturday mornings. It came out between Power Rangers, Lightspeed Rescue, and Digimon.
Mm-hmm.
And you know,
that's a really weird. That's a really weird demographic of like, for the kids who like the action-packed stuff of like Power Rangers, but then the kids who basically like Pokemon, but if they talked. And then there's that cartoon in the middle where this chick cross-dresses as a guy and is supposed to be a teacher, and it's about like war with Nazis.
Yep.
Little kids, so confused. And then you just know. You know, if some kid said he was confused watching Cyber 6, the takeaway was, it's because she's cross-dressing. It confuses the kid. Not the part where it's like, I was watching Power Rangers, and they were time traveling, fighting monsters, wearing robots. And then in Digimon, they have like magic watches that let them talk to their pets that turn into stuff. And then slap dab in the middle of this weird sandwich was there's like a woman, and she might have been created by Nazis.
Yep.
But like she cross dresses as a guy to be a teacher, and it's like that show was that was a show that's not for kids.
No, I read the comic when I was doing research. It's definitely not for kids. Like
it's like Escaflowne. Like Escaflowne, they throw Escaflowne up on there. It's like that's for kids, right? Just massive wars. I mean, how do you explain like Delandau? If you read that series or whatever, Delandau was like a guy. I was like a chick. She was abducted and then she was forced into genetic surgery, and they changed her gender to a guy. And then it's just like, how do you do that in the show? I don't know. It's just kind of kooky and weird. And it's because they don't know how you can explain that shit to a kid.
Right.
It's such weird dark material, but like Cyber 6, you could put that on Netflix and it would probably thrive. And that's the great thing, is because Netflix is a haven for all sorts of creativity. Whereas like Disney, you kind of know what you're getting.
Yeah.
Like, here's a prime example. Netflix's Daredevil was hard R. Like really hard R. You know, Punisher, hard R. Luke Cage, especially hard R, because they were dropping like slurs like you wouldn't believe in that show because of how hardcore that show was.
Mm-hmm.
You will never have characters like that on Disney Plus. The fact that they're working on a Moon Knight show is laughable. And I think Rich and I might watch it out of irony because he will not. Moon Knight is a raging psychopath in the comics. He is most famous for literally cutting off a guy's face. That is the most famous thing that superhero did. Is he fought a supervillain and he took a knife and he carved off a guy's face while he was alive.
Wow.
Yeah. He is a super R-rated character. I'm betting dollars to donuts he's gonna be like as quirky and goofy as the rest. And that's the problem, is because Marvel characters now fall into the Disney bubble. And that's why you lose stuff like Daredevil and Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. You can't have your heroes be alcoholics like Jessica Jones. You can't have Luke Cage talking about race discrepancy. You can't sell that to children. And Disney wants the Marvel characters to be toys now. So now they're all going to be homogenized. And that's one of the biggest things I've always had a problem with the industry, is that like there's such a homogenization with certain brands. Like, and Rich can attest to this, for the longest time, and this happened back in like 2011, when the New 52, which was an event in DC where they rebooted all their comics, almost every superhero had to be like Batman. They had to be grim, they had to be dark, and they had to be very miserable. They made sure they murdered the Kents, because Superman, according to them, can't have baggage. So having a loving mother and father means you have baggage. They made Wonder Woman's sisters murderous rapists that would go out, rape men, and then murder them, and then they would come back to their island, and once they gave birth, if they had male babies, they would throw them in the ocean to drown to death. Because they wanted everything to be mature, because they believe that, according to them, statistically, comics, or at least Western comics, specifically the superhero stuff, is aimed at 45-year-old white men.
Oh boy.
I remember reading an interview where someone said, like, we don't write Spider-Man for little kids. And it's like, Spider-Man can't be for little kids. But they'll bend over backwards to be like, he can't be married. Because if he's married, he's too old. But at the same time, he's still like a nebulous 30, 40-something-year-old, and the little kids can't enjoy that superhero now. So you're missing out on prime marketing real estate. And that's the thing. That's the homogenization of these characters need to specifically be for like this demographic. And Cartoon Network is really super guilty of that, where it's like, oh, what are we going to do now? Let's homogenize things. Teen Titans Go came out. After that, they made the Powerpuff Girls show. And the new Powerpuff Girl was a lot like Teen Titans Go. It had that same level of like, have them twerk, and that's the kind of humor we're going for, which is awkwardly juxtaposed where it's like, what about good shows like Steven Universe is pretty well written. Pacing might be a little off, but overall still well written. And it's like, yeah, like we're not happy with the audience that Steven Universe finds them.
Yeah.
It's this weird mentality. And because they have to homogenize everything starts to feel the same. Like Thundercats Roar. My problem isn't that the studio was like, we want a goofy, campy, ridiculous version of Thundercats. Oh, you can just throw on the 80s show then, if that's the case. But that show is weird. That show is weird and goofy as hell. Like, people forget that Lionel was like a 12-year-old kid in the body of an adult. It's like a Captain Marvel Shazam situation. But for some reason, nobody talks about that. So, and Rich will attest to this when we watched the Teen Titans versus Teen Titans Go movie, where there's the stigma of like, oh, those are the serious Titans. That's right. The 2005 show is the Serious Titans, the show where there's a supervillain that takes over the world with the power of British, or the old lady that wants to bake you into a pie.
Yeah.
But like the stigma is like it needs to be like Teen Titans Go, so they keep making shows where it's like reboot it, make it this same style of humor. This is how Taylor and I feel about the Owl House, where it's like Gravity Falls came out and it's got this. Gravity Falls, it's a hard kind of humor to describe, but you know it when you watch it. Because when you watch Gravity Falls, it's very off-color humor. Like, the humor, it's a lot like when you watch kind of like Phineas and Ferb. It's got weird humor to it. Like, they make weird jokes that you don't even think. Like for example, Doofenshmirtz tries to run away from Perry the Platypus, and he does the whole cartoon like take where he like goes to run, and there's like a smoke image of his like silhouette, and then the smoke dissipates, and he's just standing there, and he just goes, well, wait a minute, what happened? I thought I ran away.
Yeah.
That's a weird, fun, off-color joke. And then, like, after Gravity Falls, there just became this long line of, like, we need Gravity Falls likes. We need shows that are like this in feeling and tone. So you got, like, Star Versus. It's kind of like Gravity Falls. What's another prime example they have? Because, like, the current one I keep thinking of is, what's the one with the frogs?
Amphibia.
Amphibia. Same kind of feeling as like Star Versus and Gravity Falls. It's got this weird, quirky, off-color comedy, and then it goes on hiatus, and right away the next show they release is like Owl House. It needs to fill in that void. It needs to feel just like these other shows. And it's like, how come the Owl House doesn't feel different? You have a girl it's an isekai. It's about a young girl who goes to a magic world, and she now lives with a witch that looks like a ripoff of Ryoko from Tenchi for some reason. And what's his name? Alex Hirsch plays the little demon that's her roommate. And he's just using the Bill Cipher voice, so it's funny and sounds weird and out of place.
Mm.
Yeah, like it's all homogenized. It all feels like the same show where it's like, take normal people, put quirky stuff. At least with Star Versus, they flip the script because it's a reverse isekai. Because an isekai normally is, you're a normal person. It'd be like if something happened to Patricia and then she's put into a magical world. The reverse would be, Patricia's at home, and now her roommate is a magic girl from another dimension. And now you're going to have to deal with your roommate being a quirky, plucky girl who, like, talks to animals. That's the reverse.
Yeah.
But all those shows feel the same. And that's the thing. Netflix never feels homogenized. Netflix just feels like the Wild West. That's the perfect way to describe Netflix. It's the Wild West.
Yes.
You have something like BoJack. It's not for me, but it's definitely there's an audience for that. There's an audience that wants to watch a show that's depressing, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You get an interesting view of like depression and cynicism, and it talks about like how Hollywood is crap because it is. But that's the thing. It's that same network. I can always just turn a few degrees to the left, and it's like, oh, and there's a show about like a little. I don't know. I think she's English. And she just like moves to a town with trolls and hangs out and finds magical creatures. Mm-hmm. And you can do that. There's Troll Hunters. I think streaming is the next best stage. So much so that I would love it if it replaced the movie industry. Mm-hmm. Because Hollywood is like a venomous snake, and we need to cut off its head. Because it's very much I'm going to use the term boys club, even though, I mean, there's female work in Hollywood, but obviously they're not treated nearly like on the same fairness as men. It's a fact. I mean, what was it like? Was it Rich? We brought this up where it's like, if Scarlett Johansson had been with the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Oh yeah.
It's like wave one since it started, and they're like, we're not going to give her a movie. Nope. Give one to Brie Larson down. It's like, well, wait a minute. Black Widow's been there since the start. How come she didn't get a movie first?
Yeah.
Like it's a weird favoritism, which means Brie Larson knew people. That was it. Yeah. But that's the thing is like at least with the streaming service, it feels like you have more of a chance because like Klaus has a nice little history behind it where they said like we shopped it around. Nobody wanted to take a chance on us. Everyone's like, we don't do animated movies like that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird because like you look at Klaus, yeah, it's a bit of traditional animation, but it still kind of looks like it's 3D. So I don't know why it was so like out of place. It's like, oh, a Christmas movie? We don't do that. And you think about it, yeah, they don't really do like the last major one I think of is like Arthur Christmas. That bombed.
Yeah.
That did not find its audience.
No.
And Taylor and I love that movie. We watch it every year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's the thing. If like someplace like Netflix can get more high profile big films, it could really change things because there's such a cynicism to the idea of like, okay, prime example, what's his name? Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg pretentiously once said like when one film was nominated at the Oscars, he had pretentiously stated that if it's on like Netflix, it's not a real movie. And like, what kind of logic is that? Where it's like, if it's not in a theater, it's not a real movie. And it's like, man, your first like major motion picture was about a shark puppet that came out of the water. That's really pretentious of you. Did you forget your humble beginnings, Steven?
I guess a few Oscar wins will do that.
And that's the thing is like, I feel like at least with like streaming shows, they might win stuff, but it doesn't seem like the wins give them so much prestige. Like people literally kowtow to Disney so much when it comes to Oscar stuff for no reason. Where it's like, we made a Toy Story 4, we made another Toy Story movie. Let's give them the Oscar. Why? Because they made another Toy Story. And sometimes they even say like, I'm sure you guys have heard about this, where like critics will say, "Oh, I didn't even watch what was like on the ballot." So you know, I went for the one that I know that's like a brand that's like famous.
I heard about that, but I didn't know if it was true or not.
Yeah, me neither.
And just the idea of that, where it's like, I understand you can't watch every movie. There's thousands and thousands of movies a year, for crying out loud. It's impossible to watch them all. But at least with the idea of doing it like through a streaming show, you also have the ability of, again, making it accessible. Because, like, think about it. You have to go out to a theater. Okay, so there's your gas money. After you spend your gas money, you have to pay for your ticket. Okay, now you got to go to concessions. Well, that's even more money. Like, that stuff really adds up, and it gets really expensive. And some of these tickets are at ludicrous prices. Like, I've got a theater where it's cost me up to $40 to sit on a movie. $40. I can get like video games cheaper than that. I can go to Steam and get video games for like $12.
Yeah.
But you like Netflix, you pay a small fee and you get unlimited access to a big, beautiful library.
Mm-hmm.
I think streaming service should be the way we go. I think it should replace the movie-going experience. I, for one, hate the movie-going experience. First off, you have all these nutter butters shooting places up like they're crazy people. If we had streaming service movies, I'm not going to be sitting there watching Klaus and some guy's going to be like, oh, you, and it's like, oh, Christ. But some nut job might come into freaking Sonic or something and be like, no, and like just shoot up a place for no reason. So you certainly have safety with streaming over you have going to a public place. That's for certain.
Oh yeah.
But the streaming services feel like they're way more up to the idea of a risk. Because like,
yeah,
I'm trying to think like Rich, you and I had this conversation with like what's Warner schedule where it's like, how is it like they make it seem like it's like Detective Pikachu is such a big risk? How is it a risk? It's a movie about Pikachu, the mascot of the goddamn franchise. It's like people Rich, you and I had this conversation where people are like, Joker was a risk. Oh yeah. You made a almost no budget movie about a character that's as famous as the superhero counterpart. Like Joker wasn't a risk. A Harley Quinn movie, that's a risk. People don't know who Harley Quinn is. Yeah, if you watch Suicide Squad, you might know who she is. But in actuality, the common folk, the everyday, like I could go to my dad and I could ask him, Dad, can you tell me some Batman villains? And he'll probably name Joker, Catwoman, Penguin, Riddler. Right. Batman 66. Those are the ones you remember. If I asked him, who's Harley Quinn? I don't know who the hell that is.
Yeah.
And so they make a movie for widespread appeal, and then you lose money on it because it doesn't work. But if you put on the DC, if they made like a Harley Quinn movie and they had a moderate budget, maybe like, 50 million. You put that on the streaming service. I bet the DC fans would have loved it because that's who that character's for.
Absolutely.
Streaming services work too because of niche marketing. Like the Tick is a cool character. The Tick show should not be on Amazon. No one's going to Amazon to watch a show based on a character, based on a comic that somehow had a miraculous cartoon through sheer luck. Because the Tick is not a mainstream hero. Mainstream is if you're a DC character or if you're a Marvel character, and if you're lucky, maybe if you're an Image character. And that's it. Because the big four over here are DC, that's your Superman, your Batman, your Wonder Woman, Marvel, Iron Man, Captain America, Spider-Man, your Image, which is Rob Liefeld's crap. They publish almost anything. That's the good thing about them. And the most famous thing over at Dark Horse is, strangely enough, Hellboy and what you guys know as The Mask, the guy with the big green head. That's a comic book. That was a comic book before it was a movie.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's talk where it's like they want to make a Mask reboot, but they want to make it like the comics, which is like dark and violent. Basically, you put on the mask and you become a serial killer. That is not going to have a widespread appeal.
Nope.
But if you pitch that to, say, Shudder, the streaming service for just horror movies, and you give it a moderate budget, I bet it would do well. Because Rich and I had this conversation about the new, what was it, Rich? The little doll with Mark Hamill.
Oh, Chucky.
Yeah, they rebooted Child's Play, which I doubt anybody, because nobody talks about that there was a Child's Play reboot. And they got Mark Hamill, and that was supposed to be like a big deal. Mark Hamill's playing Chucky. And yet, no one cares. No one cares about horror movie reboots anymore. Like the fact that Blumhouse keeps doing reboots. Like they did, was it Fantasy Island? They did a reboot of Fantasy Island of all things, where it's like the movie with like Ricardo Montalban got a reboot, and it's like yeah, to widespread acclaim. But at least Blumhouse is smart. They'll lowball that movie. It'll have like a $75 million budget,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sure it'll be fine. But then you go over like Disney almost every time. Anywhere between maybe like 200, 250 million a movie. Well, why?
Well, I mean, that's not to say that like everything that Disney would do would become like a success. I assure you that if they would release a movie that doesn't do well, they will not touch the property. Like if you remember James and the Giant Peach, that movie bombed in the box office, and they didn't touch another Roald Dahl adaptation until 20 years later when they did the BFG.
Isn't it great that was the takeaway from that? Was like, it's because it's Roald Dahl.
Yeah.
Couldn't literally be for any other reason. It's got to be because we adapted a Roald Dahl story. I mean, there could be a lot of factors. Maybe it was just too weird and off color for some people. It is a pretty weird movie. It's a pretty weird book, if we're all being honest.
It is a really weird book.
But it's like Coraline. I love Coraline. It's one of my favorite films. People don't talk about Coraline, and it's a weird off-color movie. Like it's a dark fairy tale. Like Neil Gaiman tapped into like that very like Brothers Grimm kind of situation where things are very creepy and kind of like morose, but also in a whimsical child way. It's like Silent Hill for kids.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. It's like that's such a small market. But I bet if you put that, if you keep that at a moderate budget and you put that on a streaming service, I bet it would too. And we've seen so many shows now, like Warner Brothers. They have, WAG is right? That's their animation group right now?
Yeah, WAG.
They can't seem to get a fucking break. Like, they did the first Lego movie, and it's like, we did it. Yeah. And then every other movie after that's like, oh, we're just moderate or bad. And it's like, what happened? And now there's talk already now where they're like, we're going to cancel our Lego movie line. And it's like, did you only make like 4 films? And it's like, yeah, I guess we tapped that well. Really? 4 films that you tapped the well?
Yeah, they gave now Paramount has it.
Uh-huh.
Like, look at that. Like, how bad are you at business?
Right.
And it's like let's spend like $250 million to make this movie. Just do something moderate. Like, not all these films need to be this big. Like, I'm surprised that I love Leica movies. I've loved every one that I've seen, and the only one I haven't seen is Spark. I don't know why, I just haven't seen it. But every other Leica film, I've seen it and I've loved it. I stand that because unfortunately he's box office poison. I don't know why. Their movies aren't bad. They aren't very lowbrow. They aren't very stupid. They're actually very clever. I mean, for crying out loud, Paranorman? Well, one of the main characters was gay.
Yeah.
For people constantly bitching and harping, where it's when are we going to get our chance? We need to get this shit woke. That movie had a mainstream gay character in that movie. No one talks about it. No one gives a shit.
Yeah.
And yet, for some reason, people are we need more representation and stuff. Representation has been there. Drawn Together, there was lesbian shit all up in that place.
Yeah, but general consensus say that they hate that show.
Which is weird because it lasted 3 seasons, I think, and it got a movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe the loud majority says they hate that show, but in actuality, 3 seasons is nothing to snub your nose at. That's a success in my opinion. You can get chicaned after 1 season, that's a failure. You get 3 seasons, man, you're doing good.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Leica should make a Netflix exclusive deal where it's we make movies that are around 75 million. Because I think what was the Missing Link? Missing Link bombed, and I don't know why. I love that movie. It's gorgeous. It's funny.
It came out in the same week as Infinity War, as Endgame. I'm sorry.
Bad decision.
Yeah, it's just like when the Winnie the Pooh movie came out around the same weekend as the Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2.
And you know why they do that? We're Disney, and it's Winnie the Pooh. There's no way we could lose. And then they lose. Oh, it's just because traditional animation and no one likes Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, no.
Why do you put the blame literally on everywhere except for your bad decisions? Warner Bros. Is the same way where it's Detective Pikachu. I guess just no one cares about this kind of stuff. No, you pick bad places to release your movies.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the funny thing about Birds of Prey, where it's Birds of Prey is released and it's only alleged competition, which it's not, because the people who go see Sonic the Hedgehog are probably not the same audience that are going to watch an R-rated movie about a clown girl fight Ewan McGregor in a black mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are not the same audiences, and yet people are like, Sonic the Hedgehog ruined Birds of Prey's chance to be a box office success. No, it was bad marketing and a bad time.
Uh-huh.
That's all it is. Marketing plays a huge point into a film's success.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched a trailer for a movie where you watch a trailer and your response is, "Oh, this looks awful," but then you watch the movie and you're like, "Oh, that trailer was really bad."
Yes, I have actually.
What's a prime example for you, Patricia?
Okay. I remember when I first saw the poster for Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I thought it was gonna suck.
Oh yeah. Same.
But then I saw the movie and I really liked it.
Yeah.
I felt that Taylor vouched for this Grinch. When I saw the trailer, I remember the first poster. You see him as a little kid, and then it's don't worry, he gets meaner. And I'm like, I do not want to sit through a fucking movie where I'm going to see itty bitty Grinch for the majority of this film, because I will stick a fork in my neck in the middle of that theater.
Mm-hmm.
I will haunt that theater with my ghost.
Yeah.
But then I remember then they released the trailer, and it's what's it going to be like? And it's got upbeat rap music, and I'm like, oh Christ.
Yeah, I didn't like the choice either.
I really want to like you because I see that he looks pretty good, but this is really getting me angry. But then I watched the movie. I love that movie. It does a great job talking about social anxiety. It's a different approach to the character. I've seen other reviewers, they say anything from oh, he's not mean enough, or he's a tsundere. And it's that's fine if you believe that. That's, everyone's entitled to their opinion, of course.
Sure.
But I argue that's this does something different with the property, because, and then all of them do, because the Chuck Jones one, it's pretty much 100% a book adaptation. It's 100% on point.
Yeah.
Then you have the Jim Carrey one, which basically they validate why he's such a dick, where it's well, if you lived in a town where everyone treated you like shit, you'd be an asshole. And it's that's fair. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be there. The Who's are all kind of horrible people.
Yeah. Pretty
They,
much.
you know, they like. I mean, for God's sakes, what was it like? He cut himself shaving when he's a little kid because they make fun of the fact that he's so furry. And then when he comes into school and he has all these cuts on his face, the fucking teacher laughs at him, and it's like, "You stupid bitch! What's the matter with you? That's one of your students. You don't act like that when you're a professional teacher.
Yeah.
Come out of here, you crazy." You don't validate the bullying of other kid, and then he runs off and just becomes a curmudgeon up in the fence. And then in the idea of the new one, it's like he's lonely, and people are just like, "Oh, they made him like sensitive." Why is that a bad thing? It's just different. Like it's he's not. It's not like he's any less an asshole just because he's lonely. He still was mean to the Who's. Like people act like he needed to come in like he was like John Rambo or something and start like shooting up Whoville. Like, it's like the people, and Rich will attest to this, it's like modern day Superman people where it's like, I don't like Superman. And it's like, why? Oh, he's just too nice. I'm not following you. He's so friendly and he like cares about people.
Yeah.
So your criticism is the person with great powers of like flight and could shoot like heat beams from his eye. You want that guy to be like a dick?
Yeah.
Because that's what Captain Marvel is over at Marvel's movies. She is a powder keg with so much power. She's an asshole about it.
Yeah.
The fact that she walks into like a diner and it's like, what do you do? Blows up a jukebox. Hey, that's someone else's property. You do not have the right to do that, you asshole.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like she's tough. No, that makes her a dick and a bully.
Yeah.
Like, why would you ever want your superhero to be a dick and a bully?
Oh, because we need to make it more edgy. That's why.
It's like that's more real. Superman's unrealistic. I love WB in the modern day. Superman's unrealistic. We've had 10 years. We've had 10 years where Chris Evans wears a fucking A and little wings on the side of his head.
Yeah, I mean, like that was why for a long time, they said, Captain America is our generation Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know why? Because we're not getting Superman from the people who own the property.
Exactly, because they say that, Superman doesn't work in this day and age.
I would argue, you want a great Superman movie, and it's funny because it's not a Superman movie, but it totally is. I can think of 3 that always come to mind.
Iron Giant.
Actually, okay, 4. Thank you, Richard.
You're welcome.
The first Paddington Bear. The first live-action Paddington Bear movie is the story about an immigrant who comes to a strange place in a strange world where he doesn't fit in, but he finds where he does. That's the Superman story.
Okay, that's one.
Tarzan.
Yes.
Same exact thing. It's just that he, grew out in the wilderness.
Which Tarzan are you referring to? Like the serials?
Disney.
Oh, the Disney one. Okay.
The Disney Tarzan.
Okay.
And then the one that is just blatantly a ripoff of Superman, and they will never admit it because all Disney does is keep stealing from people and lying about it, is Hercules. So you have a child who comes from a highly advanced civilization, Krypton, Olympus. He gets thrown down to the mortal place, or Earth. He's found by farmers, humble folk, people of the land.
Yeah.
Grandpa Kent, whatever the name of Kirk's parents. I don't remember their names. I'm sorry. Greek names are hard to remember because they're usually like 12 syllables long, for God's sakes.
Mm-hmm.
But then, what happens? They both fight a malevolent jerk who's in a high place of power. Interestingly enough, both are bald. Because Hades, Lex Luthor. Interestingly enough, in Justice League Action, James Woods will go on to play Lex Luthor. So that's a funny little parallel. And then they both meet a snarky, dry, kind of hard-ass, but awesome chick who wears purple that doesn't take shit. Lois, Meg.
Right.
You want a good Superman movie? Go watch Disney's Hercules.
Yeah.
Because DC will not give it to you. DC is so ashamed of the idea of, but if he's like really friendly and everything, like that's goofy and no one will like that. And yet on Supergirl, everyone says, I don't really like Supergirl. I like Hoytland though as Superman. He's very upbeat and charming.
Yeah.
So they instantly give him his own show.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find that nice balance of like trying to please people. It's like on the one hand you have people who are like, oh, I don't like this, and then you have the other hand is like, oh, but I don't like this either. So it's hard.
Well, that's the thing. It's like trying to sway people with the whole, oh, if we made just an animated Alvin and the Chipmunks movie, people might not watch that. But if we make it live action, it'll validate and get more audience appeal.
Yeah, and I feel like that's probably going to happen for the Avatar Netflix series.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is, where it's like, which is weird, though, because it's Netflix, and it's like, do animated shows do very poorly on Netflix? Because I rarely hear cases where it's like, oh, you got canned after, like, a season.
I think the only one was Tuca and Birdie, from what I remember.
Well, the only other one, Taylor, what was the one you and I watched with, like, the Butt Witch?
That was... I know.
Wait, what?
Well, forever.
There's a weird as fuck cartoon called, what was it, Taylor?
12 Forever.
There's a weird as fuck cartoon called 12 Forever. There's a character in there called the Butt Witch. It's just the name of the character. It's the villain of the show. I don't know why that's the name. All I remember is, like, before Cheryl and I watched it, we had heard that the creator got caught in a scandal where she's basically a pedophile.
Oh, goody.
So watching the show is hilariously weird now, because first off, the show's called 12 Forever, and it's like, oh, now we know why it's named that.
Yep.
It's really weird timing and everything, and then it's like, the moment that news broke, I think it was the same day the news broke, it's like, we canceled bringing back 12 Forever, and it's like, oh.
Sorry.
Like, the only way you get canceled on Netflix is, like, your show has to do either really, really bad or a scandal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really good Will Arnett never did anything terrible. Otherwise, BoJack Horseman would have been canned really quickly.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the thing, is, like, there's this stigma comes from everywhere. Like, whoa, we want to make Superman more appealing. What do? They made Man of Steel. I got news for you. If people didn't like Superman before, completely changing the character, you didn't convert anybody. You made a completely different version of Superman to such a degree that you didn't magically create, you didn't do anything. You didn't convert people where it's like, if like Rich didn't like Superman and I made Man of Steel, and Rich's like, I like this version of Superman. He's like angry and an asshole. I didn't convert Rich into liking Superman. I converted Rich into liking a douchey version of a character that's not normally like that 99% of the time.
That you did.
I didn't accomplish anything. And there's this constant stigma where it's like constantly trying to convert people to these things, or it's like we have to find the elusive audience that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's like we have to. It's not the money we're making; it's the money that we want to make.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. It's like it's like if Patricia came to me and you were like, go find me a unicorn. You're asking me to do the impossible. Did you get that unicorn yet?
Yeah.
You're never going to get that unicorn.
Nope.
Because it does not exist.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, like that's just the thing. No matter what you do, you're never going to be able to convert people. So when they take something like Fantasy Island, which was a much more cerebral movie, and then they're like, make it really gory. I got news for you. You didn't do anything. Like, you just made it overly gory to try and appease to a general market. And that's homogenization. So, like, if we're fortunate with streaming things, we could get more movies or shows with something like Klaus. Because I guess we're at a point now where it's like, you can't have movies like Klaus. You can't have movies that are kind of like feel-goods.
No.
Yeah. I mean, like, those kind of feel-good, wholesome things. It's like, oh, people are not going to be able to gravitate towards that because it feels like a show that came out like 2 decades ago.
Yeah, and that's why the idea of now, every Illumination movie, and I like them, but Illumination movies feel dated the moment they drop.
Agreed.
Like, I like Despicable Me 1 and 2, but they feel like toy commercials.
Yeah.
Like the moment they bring in things where it's like, we made a fart gun. That's going to be a toy. The Minions, they're all toys. Like, instantly, toy. Like, even, I love the Grinch, but even I remember watching it's just like, everything's like a toy. That's why, like, they added the big reindeer character, Fred, and it's like, that's going to be a plushie. When that movie drops, there'll be a plushie of that character, along with Max and the Grinch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so corporate. And we all know that, like, yeah, at the end of the day, corporations make these. But then you have the films where it's like Missing Link, or heck, just almost any Leica. When you think about Leica films, is it just me, or does it feel weird where it's like Leica films feel that like they're not corporate, but you know they have to be corporate because no studio is going to say yes to the amount of money you need to pour in to make a movie?
Nope.
But then you watch like Missing Link and you're like, this is very heartfelt. It's very charming. Coraline is like really dark and kind of creepy. Paranorman, same thing, kind of dark and kind of creepy. And yet, there's such a charm to them. But like, I can't remember the last time I watched a Disney movie that didn't even like piss me off even a little bit. Where it's like, I like Wreck-It Ralph too, but the moment we get to the princess room, it's like they took a pine cone and shoved it up my ass because it just drives me up the walls. Or it's like, oh, did you need a man to save you? Hey, show of hands. How many of you didn't have a man save you? I count maybe 2. That's. By the way, I noticed Meg's not here. How come Meg's not invited to the party? She's a princess. She married Hercules. He's the prince because his dad's the king of the gods.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the whole princess thing for Disney, it's kind of weird. It's like, oh, we could only accept princesses from the popular Disney movies, because if that were the case, then we would have the princess from the Black Cauldron and Atlantis the Lost Empire in there.
I always throw that at people where it's like, you know, it's cool they have Tiana, the first princess of color. Oh, do you mean Kita from Atlantis the Lost Empire, the first princess of color who then got promoted to a queen? And it's like, oh, that movie didn't make money though.
Pretty much.
So we don't talk about that. Wow, it's very elitist. And the fact that they had the gall to be like, it's Rapunzel who says, like, do you need a man to save you? Rapunzel, Eugene saved your life.
I mean, I can understand if, like, Merida would say that.
Yeah, because that's the whole point to her movie, though, is like, Merida, you're a woman. A woman's responsibility to the clan is to marry into prosperity so the clan can thrive. That's literally the narrative that the whole point of that film is supposed to convey. And yet the only thing they do with Merida is like, she talks weird. I don't know why. I saw that movie. She was not hard to understand and brave.
No, she wasn't.
But then, which is weird, by the way, that's kind of a mean-spirited joke, and I know it's unintentional. The joke's supposed to be like, she's from Pixar. That's why it's funny. But it's like, these princesses are such elitist assholes where it's like, oh, look at this person in their weird accent. Well, I hope none of you have weird accents out there. Otherwise, Disney just called you out as being, like, abnormal. Good job, Disney. Way to be so inclusive, you pieces of crap. Only Disney could offer you a hand that's going to give you a cookie, but then as you reach for the cookie, they slug you in the face with the other fist.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's such a weird thing, because then you go over to like the Tangled show. She's like super friendly and upbeat. She always tries to find the good in people, and it's like really charming and optimistic. It's also like an action-packed show with kind of like super heroics, because her hair is like super magic and awesome now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, oh, but then Disney wants to like placate to like demographics. That's why episode 9 is the way it is. It's like episode 9 was written by Tumblr or like Reddit. You know, that joke in Wreck-It Ralph too. That's only there like because of now's culture. You never would have had a joke like that in any of the other Disney movies, or in the very least, they'd be way more subtle. Because like Meg is a girl from Disney's Hercules. She didn't take shit from men. Like, she was super chill around Hades, and like Hades is horrifying. There's a guy that she deals with who's like 8 feet tall and on fire, and she's just like, okay. Think about that. Kita, warrior princess, super badass, loves her people. And it's like, that's the thing. It's a very wishy-washy industry. At least with something like Netflix, it gives us the opportunity of like, we could get so many new things, and they don't feel like, with the exception of a few exceptions, because like I do feel like as a viewer, I feel like She-Ra is like bucking the trend of like trying to follow like the woke culture thing. Like I remember them talking where it's like, "This, you don't know how good the show is. It's gonna be so inclusive," and it's like, okay, so how's it inclusive? Bo is black. Does he have to deal with any sorts of like issues about being black? No, he's just black. Oh, Well, then, I mean, it's cool that he's a character of color. That's not the problem. But you made it sound like it was going to be like a real, like, actual things about, like, being black. Like Luke Cage was a show that talked about being black specifically. Like, Luke Cage isn't a superhero that just happens to be black. Because, like, that's Falcon. Falcon's a superhero. He happens to be black.
Right.
But Luke Cage is a superhero who is black. He grew up on the streets of Harlem. He is the hero of Harlem. He has to deal with prejudice. He is a bulletproof man living in a world where cops are trigger happy and have been prone to shoot black people. And that's something. That's a story to be told there because he's a bulletproof man. And that's something to be told. But like other people, like the She-Ra show, they feel so like they're trying to congratulate themselves for like, look, we included a person of color. Hey, you should do that because it's just a morally right thing to do, not because you want a cookie. It's like it's just like that's why I respected Legend of Korra, because like at the very end it was just like, oh, I guess she's bi. Neat. That's it. Like it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like fuck yes representation. It was just, oh, Korra. Huh.
Yeah,
that's it. Like, my joke coming out of the end of Legend of Korra when it turned out she was bi was like, wow, Mako must be like really bad because he converted 2 women that he dated into getting with each other. That joke made me giggle when I thought of it, where it's just like, go Mako, spread the tale of male ruthlessness throughout the land, convert more women to their cause. Because it was just a funny coincidence where it's like, we dated both these women, and then both these women were like, we don't like dating Mako. And then they hook up. And it's like, oh, that's funny. But like that show, you know, she's Korra's bi. And that's it. We don't make a big deal, we don't talk about it. In Craig of the Creek, there are these 2 goth girls. And they're called the Witches of the Creek. And that's just because they're goth girls and the little kids think they're witches. You get a hint where it's like they might be lesbian. But it's never flat out stated. It's just like they're close friends and they hang out together. And then in one episode, on the Halloween special of all episodes, when the lights go out and they think they're going to be killed by a ghost, and then the lights come back on, they're full on the mouth kissing each other. And you're just like, oh right, gay people just exist. What a novel concept. And no one talks about it, and it's kind of refreshing. Same thing with like, does anyone remember the show Mission Hill?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Thank you. Mission Hill. I bet that show, if you brought it back, would do great on a streaming service.
Mm-hmm.
Mission Hill was a slice of life sitcom show, Richard, and it had 2 gay lead characters called Gus and Wally, and it actually won an award for positive representation because it just treated them like they were people.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had normal jobs. They just surprise. They had normal jobs. They loved each other, and they happened to be gay. They even lampshaded obvious jokes. Like at one point, the main character, his friend Jim, comes back from Japan, and he's wearing something called kirai pantsu, and they're like super short shorts. And the main character Andy looks over and he goes, "Oh, those pants are really gay, Jim." And he's like, "They're not gay, Andy." And he looks over and goes, "Gus, Wally, what's the verdict? Are those pants gay?" And they go, "No, kid. No self-respecting queer will be caught twice wearing pants like that." And it's just a fun off-color joke because it's like, because you like the stereotype would be gay people are all flamboyant, and it's like no, they're normal people with different personalities. Yes, of course they could be flamboyant, but it's not the magical default that if you're gay, all of a sudden it's like, you know, the moment you're like when you're a young man and you magically discover that like you're gay, all of a sudden it's like, oh no, and then you got a lisp, and then you like wear pink all the time. That's what you think happens.
Yeah.
It's nice when it's like it's just there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. Like I feel like something like She-Ra. She-Ra's like it's not that it's there. It's that it's there. You need to know about it. And it's like just have it be there and don't brag. Yeah. Anime's been doing that for years. Fucking Sailor Moon had the 2 characters for years.
Mm-hmm.
Except over here where it was weird because over here it's can't make them lesbians. American audiences aren't ready for that. What do we do? Make them cousins. But you have all these weird scenes where they're like hugging really, really close and like kissing, kind of like vaguely like kissing each other in the cheek and the neck in seductive ways. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No, I think it's incestuous. And it's like, oh, we screwed up. That's the thing. Anime's been woke for years. They had Yuri on Ice. They have whole animes about like gay characters. Hell, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, the lead character is non-binary.
Okay.
Completely non-binary. Like, he was a guy when he was alive, but when he got reincarnated as a slime, he's now a non-binary character. And when he takes human form, he looks like an androgynous form that is between a man and a woman.
Mm-hmm.
No one's parading to the papers and blowing this show off, though, as being woke. It's really the Western people where it's like, we need validation. Validation's existed in other shows and properties and shit for years.
Yeah, it has.
But only over here do you guys want to parade it around like somehow gives you some kind of moral superiority. Like that's why it's so like in DC where it's like Harley and Ivy. Are they? Aren't they? As far as I recall, and I might be wrong about this, but in main continuity, never happened. They've never been together. But like every other other story that's it happens over there, yeah, they're fucking lesbians.
Mm-hmm.
But not in the main universe. You can't have that happen in the main universe. But you go over to Marvel, Deadpool, openly pansexual.
Yeah.
Like Deadpool will screw anything of legal age, regardless of gender, and people feel the need to be like, we should pat ourselves on the back for being woke because we created a character like that. No, you should create a character like that because there's a story you want to tell, or if you just want to have it there and that's it. Like, I've done story pitches where it's like, I think I'll make this character gay. Why? I just want a gay character. That's it. I don't want to parade it around. I don't want to be like, oh, you're so woke, you get it. You got your pulse of the community. No, man. Gay people just exist. That's it. Like, statistically speaking, at some point you will meet a person who is gay or bi in your life. It is an inevitable. It's like saying, one day, guys, you'll be caught out in the rain and you will get wet. Because statistically speaking, it will inevitably happen.
Unless, of course, if you live in an area that's filled with drought.
Yeah, but even then, you might get rain every once in a while. I live in Arizona and we get rain. Fucking December was horrible. It rained nonstop. I put on so much weight because I couldn't work out and do my daily walks.
Oh man, that's rough. I'm so sorry.
I looked just like the Grinch at the start of the Illumination movie, where he goes, "How much emotional eating have I been doing?" That just cuts to him binging on a bunch of food and getting fat because he's depressed.
Yeah.
I was just like that, where it's like, how much emotional eating have I been doing since I can't do my walks? So I just got really fat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the thing, though, is like, at least with like Netflix, we can at least get stuff. Like, we're like, I like Steven Universe, and I applaud it for having the kid being able to say, like, we have characters who are lesbians, because yes, on a technical level, somebody like Ruby and somebody like Sapphire, yes, they are female in that they have female like personas. But at the end of the day, they're also just fucking rocks. And it's still good that we have them, but wouldn't it be nice to be like, just a gay superhero? For crying, fuck man, just give me a superhero of color on TV again. I think the last one of color who was a main character, Static. I think Virgil was the last super color.
He was.
I think they're also, but what about the upcoming Miss Marvel? Are they using Kamala?
Yeah, but she's gonna be on a streaming service.
Oh, that's right. Never mind then.
And Kamala at first got a lot of backlash because the idea was like, oh, you created a Muslim superhero, right? Because you guys wanna ride that train. But then if you read her book, it's very good. She's a very likable character. She adores superheroes. The only flaw to her character is she likes Carol Danvers, who's a colossal bitch in the comics and a fascist. Because for some reason, they felt the need during an event story to make Carol that kind of character, where she's like, I'm totalitarian and I take things to the nth level. I hated that men tell me not to smile. Yeah, they took that, by the way, when the movie was coming out, and people were like, would it kill her to smile, which I don't know why people took that as sexist, or it's like, boy, because she's a woman. No, because like Marvel heroes for the most part are generally kind of chipper and quirky. That's what we've had for like 10 years.
Right.
Which one of these characters doesn't have a quirky attitude? And mind you, every member of Guardians of the Galaxy has baggage. Like Gamora was abducted from her family. She lives with a genocidal maniac who acts like he's her dad and physically and emotionally abuses her. And even she still knows how to crack a goddamn smile, for crying out loud. The freaking raccoon can crack a smile. That poor bastard was tortured and taken apart and put back together by alien scientists. But for some reason, like Carol, all the time. She's got just stone face all the time. She's so miserable.
Right.
Because that's a strong female character for some people, for some strange reason, is you're not allowed to be feminine. And that's another problem we've had. It's like, if you're a strong woman, you can't be feminine. Because femininity must mean that you're weak. And that's bullshit. Because Wonder Woman is both. Wonder Woman is like Hercules, but she can also like puppies. Like, one of the best characters at DC is Big Barda. Barbarian woman, like 8 feet tall. One of her favorite things to do, she likes playing the Pokemon card game. Such a weird, small little thing. But now it's like, think about it, where it's like, look at Adora from the new She-Ra. She's so masculine. And the whole thing about She-Ra was like Wonder Woman. She-Ra was beautiful. She was strong. You know, she was attractive, but she could totally kick your ass. And then they come in with She-Ra, and it's like, let's make her and most of the cast just look as androgynous as possible. It's like nobody's allowed to have any femininity on that show, as if femininity is bad. But then you go over to Steven Universe, they celebrate it. There's so many different body types on that show. Like, you know, Amethyst is short and heavy set. Pearl is very long and very svelte. Garnet's a glamazon. And she's great. She's arguably the best character, you know. Squirt Mom's great. And at least with like Steven Universe, it certainly opened the pathway. But I feel like with streaming services, because you don't have to deal with sponsorship deals, you might have a better chance of being like, yeah, just do that.
Yeah.
Because like you pitch on, I'm surprised Steven Universe thrived as long as it did. I guess maybe the desire for greed outweighed the desire of being afraid of like pissing people off. Because I remember they talked about like they censored like Ruby and Sapphire and stuff, where it's like some countries don't like the fact that they're two female characters. And I think they in some countries they made Ruby a boy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised.
So when the marriage episode came around, they put Ruby in the wedding dress and put Sapphire in the tux just to fuck with those countries. And like, yeah, like there's nothing wrong with including it. Just include it in a way that works organically. And I think with television, there needs to be a huge shift in power to switch over that mentality where like we can have, because I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but have you noticed that in the end, the only kind of acceptable gay people we see though on television shows seem to be just women. We don't see men kissing. Like Craig of the Creek, we see 2 women kiss. Steven Universe, we see women kiss. And, you know, even Legend of Korra, yeah, they didn't kiss, but they held hands, and obviously they were going to totally kiss at the end of that, and as the camera panned it up. But if you think about it, we don't get male representation. Even going as far back as Superman the Animated Series. Maggie Sawyer, who is a supporting character in the show, she is a lesbian. She's a lesbian police officer that works for the Metropolis PD. And at one point in the show, she gets injured, and her wife visits her in the hospital. And they were only allowed to hold hands because the network said you can't have them do anything weird. Which I guess weird for the network would have been like if they kissed, because they're still kitchen. It's not like they were gonna like scissor in the hospital or something, for crying out loud. For God's sakes, be reasonable, be realistic here. But like even back then, you only had those two, and like even that was still lesbian representation. But like gay male representation is like virtually unheard of actually in animation.
I mean, the only thing I can think of right now currently is the Loud House.
Which one?
The Loud House. With Lincoln's friend. He has gay fathers.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing. Like, that's one of the few exceptions where it's like, oh, there you go. But I don't watch The Loud House, so I can't fully.
Sure. And another example is Modern Family. You have the gay couple in that show.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Married with Children. Married with Children had a gay couple show up for an episode.
Yeah.
Both actually, because Marcy's sister was a lesbian.
Right.
And then there's a great episode where Al meets a gay guy because the gay guy comes to his house because the gay guy's husband is dancing with Al's wife who wants to go salsa dancing, but Al's like, I don't want to. So the gay guy comes over and just cooks for Al, and Al just goes, I think I'm in love with you.
Right.
And it's so funny and like heartfelt. But like if you think about it, we never see like boy on boy kissing.
Mm-hmm. Unless it was an anime.
Yeah, but that's different. Anime gives us everything from you got boy on boy, you have people of different color, you have non-binary characters, you have trans characters. Fuck's it. People who are like, there's not enough representation for like trans or gay characters. Mr. 2 Bon Clay from fucking One Piece is an openly gay Okama character who cross-dresses.
Yep.
And now he is the king. Not only is he the king, he actually holds the title of King and Queen of Okama Island. Flat up there on Front Street. But when they brought him over here, he was just flamboyant. Like four kids censored the fuck out of it. Like you can't call it Okama Kenpo because that doesn't work. So they just called it Crazy Karate.
That's weird.
It's dude, it's so weird. Are you kidding me? Like what's really weird is that when he shows up in the 4 Kids one, he's so fucking gay. Like when he shows up, you're like, well, he's clearly gay, man. Bright pink outfit, big puffy tutu, super flamboyant. He's gotta be gay. It's like 4 Kids. No, he's not gay. He's just flamboyant. And it's just like, no, he's clearly gay. And then you go over like the idea when they censored Sailor Moon over here. Oh, we don't want them to be lesbians. Let's make them cousins. Great, now it looks incestuous.
Yeah.
You're like, that's so weird. Like you actually made it worse than what it was because before lesbians, okay, sure, we're all like-minded people who realize right, gay people are people and that's it. It's not the awkwardness of like now they're incestuous. Oh, I don't want to be thinking of like Space Alabama on the moon. That's what they ended up doing in episode 9, where it's like Kylo Ren and Rey kissed. They're cousins.
Great.
What the hell, Disney?
Yeah.
They're technically cousins because Kylo Ren stems from Anakin's side of the family.
Wonderful.
And Anakin was created by Palpatine.
Okay.
All the things to bring back in Star Wars. What if we bring back the incest? Like when Luke kissed Leia, and it was like getting weird. This is a really weird moment where she Frenches Luke hard on the lips, and you're like, that's really weird. I wish it wasn't in Star Wars. And of all the things to throw a throwback to in the new trilogy, let's have these like cousins kiss.
Yeah, no.
But you can't have Poe and Finn be gay. Even though a very vocal majority of the audience said those characters should just be a gay couple. And then when they did have a gay couple in episode 9, they put them not only in the back of the shot, but in certain countries, they flat out took them out of the movie. Actually, in some countries, they flat out took Finn, the Black Stormtrooper, they took him off the movie posters.
Wow.
Disney, the best way to describe Disney is passive progressive. We're progressive, only a little bit. And we want to make you feel included, but not too included.
All right.
We gotta. And that's the thing with Netflix. I don't feel like if it's Netflix, it's out there and that's it. Yeah. Like I doubt they're gonna edit different takes for different movies to stream on different versions of Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
And that's such a benefit. Where it's just like it's out there and it's done, and you don't mess with it, you don't play with it, and there you go.
Right. You know what? I think we're just gonna leave it off there. So, Crazy Collectibles, I hope that you like that 1 hour and 40-minute in-depth discussion about your question about the future of TV channels and if everything will be live streamed. So, I hope that you appreciate that. Yeah, I think we're just gonna wrap things up because it's getting really late here. So, guys, I want to thank you so much for coming on by. I really do appreciate it.
Well, no problem.
Yeah. So, please plug and promote your stuff. What do you got coming up?
Should we sign off or?
Yeah, I'm just giving you a chance to plug and promote yourself, like social media, upcoming stuff on YouTube.
Well, you can just hit us ToonGrin.com, at ToonGrin on Twitter.
And follow me at Richard Kenobi on Twitter.
Okay. And well, you already know about my stuff, so if you're watching me, but if you're tuning in from either of these guys' Twitters or other social media, then you can find me on Twitter, Patty_B_Miranda, YouTube.com/OldSchoolLane, Facebook.com/OldSchoolLane. Also, I'm on Spotify, Mixcloud, Anchor, all these places, so you can catch up on the archived podcast that I've been posting over the past few months. So, yeah. All right, then. So I think that let's, once again, give a major shout out to Avatar: The Last Airbender, which celebrated its 15th anniversary. Well, not today because it's midnight over here by the time that we're finishing this up, but yesterday. But yeah, nonetheless, fantastic show. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. And yeah, so again, hope that you guys enjoyed the live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in, and you have yourselves a fantastic evening, and take care.
Yeah, sleep well.
Peace. Yeah.
All right, we are